All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started here. Thank you for day 2 of our exciting board workshop. We'll let Supervisor Kurt grab his seat here. Everybody got your coffee? All right. So, Ms. Julie, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. So as promised, we made it nice and cool in here for you. So thank you to the awesome staff that's been working on that. For those of you who are asking, why am I wearing a Caltrans vest? It's because I was viciously attacked yesterday by Roger Root assaulting the University of Tennessee. So that's why I'm wearing that. But it actually is going to pay out because it's nice and cold, and I'm going to wear it probably all day now. So with that, again, I do appreciate everybody coming back. A couple housekeeping things for the board. Just note that each time one of us leaves, it has to be documented. So just be cognizant of that as we're having presentations. It has to be logged. Makes it a little hard sometimes. And with that being said, turn it over to our facilitator, Karen.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I hope you all have a copy of the agenda. I was going to go through this a little bit in detail because there are some specifics that I want people in the room to understand. So my personal objective today, but it should be all of our workshop objective, is to come up with 5 objectives in each one of the priorities that we have. And those are kind of shown on this. This is a subset of what you saw yesterday with the stoplight chart. So we're going to work on that first. And the Board of Supervisors is going to give us some ranking there after we make sure that we've captured everything here that we want. One thing that you should note is in the past you had 4 big priority areas. I added one called fiscal responsibility. It's at the right side of that big chart because a lot of those really have to do more with fiscal as opposed to any of these other 4 categories. If you don't agree with me, you can let me know that. That's fine. So we're gonna get to those top 5, get that information from the supervisors first. We're gonna have a break around 10:30, and then we're gonna do a quick exercise where the board is going to help us rank ABC because now we have the top 5 in each one. I want to know what they think about ABCs on that. Then we'll have lunch. Then at 1 o'clock, I'm calling this on the agenda, an informal staff weigh-in on the new list, and also the board will be able to comment on that. So what I want to do is invite the staff. You don't have to if you don't want to, but if you see something that the board has either agreed as a priority and objective or not, you may want to just say, hey, I totally agree, or I think it's unfortunate that we weren't able to include this in our top 5, or whatever it is that you want to say. But I want the staff to have the opportunity to just informally come up for a minute or 2 and give their feedback to the board, okay? And then the board will also probably interact with you on that. Then we'll have an afternoon break. I have some recommended next steps in communication. That's kind of, for me, the meat that is going to cause this not to be hidden in a drawer, I hope, to make things more visible and transparent, not only to all of you, but also to the community. At 3 o'clock, we're going to have public comment available. And then at the very end, I would like to have any feedback from the supervisors about, and staff if you have feedback, about how the workshop went and how you're feeling at the end of the day. So, are we ready to start our first part of the agenda?
All right, let it rip.
Okay, so, board. What I did last night, instead of fiddling around with the formatting on that stoplight chart, I just created a chart here that shows kind of the top things that were discussed yesterday, either from your presentations, from the staff presentations. I may or may not have captured all of them. And then as you all were talking about things, sometimes a supervisor you might have had it on your presentation, but then you might have also somebody else might have commented in their support throughout the day. And so when there are multiple X's on any one of these items, it means that more than one of you talked about it, whether it was staff or Board of Supervisors. So I did not put these in any order, top to bottom, because that's your job, and that's what I'm going to ask you to do today. First, I would like to know if there's things that I have missed that need to be added, things that need to be moved to a different category, or just deleted altogether. So I'd like to just get your brief comments to agree to what's on here. And then the next part after that is you're going to have a couple of minutes to start thinking about, okay, here's my 5 in each of these categories. And I would like to, at that point, for you to tell me 1 through 5. We'll do ABC later. So is that clear for you guys, what I'm asking you to do? First, I just want to know, what do you think of this chart? Is there anything, I'll just give an example. Ryan came and said, where's the fire station stuff? And I pointed out to him, there's actually 3 items on here relative to fire stations. And when he saw that, he hadn't really had a chance to examine it. He was good with it. So
I had brought up a special sales tax.
special sales tax, I do believe, is, I don't have the numbers on here, but it's under fiscal responsibility. And what I called that, Steve, was a plan for alternate funding sources, and then I put grants and sales tax in there. It's the 4th or 5th item there.
Yep, I see it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, in a strategic plan, yes, you could just have one thing, but you guys are talking about multiple fund sources. And so I think that you could plan those all together. And then you have subset plans for a sales tax campaign or whatever it is.
All right. So does anybody have anything right off the top? I know Supervisor Brandon's first in line. We'll go from, all right, Supervisor Brandon.
Sure, and since you brought it up, I wanted to just highlight that as an example. I've been through a few of these. When we put a goal of pursue new funds, grants, and revenues for something, that is literally achievable if we get one of anything, even if it isn't really what we're talking about. And so you mentioned, for example, the 1 cent dedicated, I think, public safety or fires, sales tax and that. Just to say some of these, I understand let's consolidate that into a broader umbrella, but at some point it then loses the whole point, which is specificity. We had that for some of the fire things before, investigate revenue, grants, alternative funding, and all of that. Well, we adopted a false alarm fee, and that's a positive thing. It did not fix the fire system. Obviously, what we were talking about in that goal was sustaining the fire system. So I would just encourage us to be specific with these in the direction. The other one was, and I appreciate the fiscal responsibility category. I think this is something that I know I struggled a bit with. Some of my priorities are more into how do we generate funding, economic development, whatever, that may pay for these things. We didn't really have that under the other 4, I felt. My recommendation would be we add its fiscal responsibility and revenue generation. There are a few of these. For example, I put it under roads and infrastructure, was the utility solar. The point of utility solar was economic development and revenue generation. There was another one under employee excellence and resilience. It was revenue sharing, service sharing down there. That, to me, again, is trying to get to the point of fiscal responsibility. So a few of these ones.
So would you recommend that we move those?
I would recommend we move the solar field one over, the shared services one over. I don't know how deep we want to get into.
I think you kind of jumped to a point I was going to make here, or I wanted to make, is that a lot of the things that you brought forward are not, I don't know if those are goals for the county, right? Does that make sense? I mean, to use the solar, since you just brought that up, I think the solar is an excellent project that we could dedicate the staff to, but is that a goal that this board wants to say that's our goal to go get a solar farm, right? So I hear what you're saying. I just don't know if that's a goal that we want to rank in our top 5 of that. Now, if you were to say economic development, hey, we want to come up with hiring someone for economic development or working with our staff, giving them direction to specifically, I'm right there with you. And I actually, as rare as this will be, we do agree on, I think especially the 1% sales tax, I think that needs to be separated out. So for me, there's a friendly reminder, everybody, check your phones. So for me, I would like to see under fiscal responsibility, either a 1% or a 1.5% sales tax, special sales tax specifically dedicated to fire, roads, sheriff's department, and staff pay. So that could be a target we could give the staff and say, this is one of our goals. We keep talking about the bottom 1/3, right? So if we're going to address that, then we got to come up with a way to fund it. Your projects, they're important, but I don't know if they're goals that we want to assign the staff to go out and do, because I think that's us getting in the weeds. And I'll get to you in 1 second. To add to your point, the grant writer, I know that came up several times yesterday. And I think that's a very simple goal that the board should decide. Do we want to go out and specifically instruct staff to find a dedicated grant writer for either fire or for these other things? And if that's a goal, then we put that on the top of our list and we move it on. If it's not, then it just dies. So go ahead, sir.
Great. Yeah, and I think there's two. There's the public reading this as these are our, broad goals, and that's really not necessarily at the tactical level. That is just, I think, our priorities in terms of values. I understand it. I don't view that as this document. To me, that's like the first page of a strategic plan explaining to the public, here is the philosophy of it. I do view this as direction to staff and CEO.
Yes.
Where this is the stuff we'd like you to put time into. I could put this into something, and maybe this hits on it, is trying to figure out the highest return on investment, because it's not that we need to get a solar field.
Right.
It's specifically. That is an area that seems to be the fastest to do something that will get a lot of money coming in. Another one was the economic development plan south of Jamestown. There were a few that fit that, having a lodging establishment, maybe under fiscal responsibility and revenue generation if we move in that direction. One of the challenges I felt with economic development previously under the county, we did have a big thinker for a couple of years, but then moved on to another area, so it wasn't very resilient. Then we created one that I thought was a lot more resilient with the community, but it didn't really look at the large projects. So child care facilities, fantastic to get a few of those up, was not the reason we created a full grant position. So specifically, large project economic development might cover all of that, and I would request we look at solar just based on the merits of that, but hospitality, manufacturing, we've had 5 or 6 projects interested in building. We haven't had somebody at the county for them to coordinate with, and we haven't had a plan to say, look, we are already on board with this area getting built or this topic getting done. So that would be my recommendation.
And to your point is that some of the feedback I got yesterday was no one cares about solar because it doesn't impact them. They're not seeing the benefit of that, right? They're not seeing that would bring money in. So your point is valid. It does bring money in. It's what the people see, right? So I have no problem. I hear what you're saying. What the people want is some of the feedback I got was they really want to make sure that we as an organization are looking at supporting the Sunshine House, supporting ATCA, supporting the things that the people use. They don't use the solar to a degree because it doesn't affect them directly. They don't realize that that's a mean to the ends. It's a mean, right? So I'm with you.
True.
Yeah. So
I hear one thing over, and this is because I've supported this in the past too. I know you're proposing it. What I hear more consistently than any of those is we don't want any more taxes. We want economic development. They never tell us, I want a hotel. I do hear over and over, build more revenue generating things.
Right.
I would encourage just looking at it from that framework. That's how I do. I don't hear anybody come up and say we need a utility solar field. I do hear everybody saying find something that is not a sales tax.
All right. Well, without us monopolizing the time, we'll give some airtime to colleagues here.
Can I just also insert one thing here?
Sure.
And I'm just going to use the solar field as an example. But if that ended up being part of one of these major objectives that you are putting forward. You know, you've investigated and come up with some new revenue generating plan. That's the objective, and then the solar field is the thing that you're going to do. One of the things that I think the county needs to do is make these things much more visible, which I'm going to recommend in my next steps, and give regular status and transparency to the public about what's happening. That includes marketing and telling them what that solar field is going to do in terms of revenue generation. Help them understand why they actually do care about that. It means more money for the county.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I agree with my colleague is that, you know, that would be a great way. I agree with my colleague from the position of the thing we keep getting here, we keep being told is we need to come up with ways to grow our county. We're locked in. We don't have a lot of ways to expand and get more tax dollars from buildings. So I agree wholeheartedly, but I don't think it's our mission to tell staff to go out and pursue and develop a quote solar field. I agree. I think our mission is to go out and tell staff to develop or work on coming up with ways for more economic development, whether it's a solar field, it's a hotel or things like that.
Totally agree.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
So
you
we're-
all are
we're
going to
arguing the
focus
same
on
point.
one, and you're going to tell the staff, good, out of all those that you just suggested, we pick this one.
Right.
Go do,
Yeah.
right?
So Supervisor Campbell.
The way I see it, we have sort of a mixture of things here. So there are things that are sort of the concept that you're pointing to, which is sort of broad ideas. Are we going to invest more in fire? Are we going to look at more economic development, which can mean a variety of things, but we also have specific things here where it's basically a yes or no, you know, like, and things that are relatively easy to accomplish and don't have a lot of responsibility for the Board of Supervisors. For example, supporting Sunshine House accreditation. You know, that's not something that costs a significant amount of money. It's not something that requires a lot of time and effort on our staff, and it's something that the DA is asking for. And so that, to me, is a pretty easy one we can say, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a priority in the sense that it's not a large sweeping change to the way the district attorney's office works. But it is something that if our priority is to support the district attorney, that falls under that. So I guess just deciding whether we're going to go into, you know, approving, you know, we had a series of asks and a series of things that our department heads and our staff that support the board have told us that they need. Do we want to go into approving those things now, or do we want to look at the idea of the things that they're asking are important and those are our priorities, and then carrying those things out through the next several weeks or months or however long that takes? That's kind of the way I've been seeing it, is we could just go down the line and check off, yes, we're going to do this, no, not going to do that.
No, and I agree with you, because I think the whole point behind this is that we're supposed to, you know, our goal is to get these goals and objectives out there, and it's a 24-month period, right? So this is our 2-year period, so we're going to reevaluate as we go. Some of these things, you're right, we can knock out right now. Some of them that are going to take some time to develop and move forward. And as Ms. Hopkins said, we will need time to flesh those out, work those with our, you know, our staff and things like that. So I agree with you.
So I don't think the workshop would be the forum to approve, but I think you certainly could generate a quick list of the things that you maybe want to have on the agenda for your next board meeting and approve right away or something like that, so that they don't get lost.
Well, and that's why I brought up the Sunshine House. Like, you know,
I understand.
That's something that I think there would be support of, but it's not that in and of itself. I don't see as categorized as a priority. It falls under a whole series of
I gotcha,
priorities.
and I'm totally agreeing with what you're saying. So if
So
there are
maybe,
things
like,
like
put a
that, we
timeline
should
on
just
it.
put those on a separate list. Because are you able to approve that today?
No.
I didn't think so.
Yeah.
So we could just, right now, make a quick list of things that are going to be on upcoming board meeting agendas for your approval. Does that make sense?
That's what I was going to suggest, is instead of saying, yes, we want to do this, no, we don't want to do this, setting a timeline for discussions about, I mean, each of these things is obviously important enough for a board member or a department head to bring up during a workshop. So that by itself, to me, tells me these things are important.
Right.
and warrant a larger discussion that maybe we can't.
Well, another way to do this is
Do right
once we
now.
get the top 5, anything that remains on this list, maybe that is the list that
Okay.
goes toward, new board agendas. Because you're right, if they made it to this piece of paper, they're important enough to address in some form, maybe just not in the strategic plan.
Right.
So should we do it that way, or do you want to knock out that list right now?
So as he ponders that question, maybe we can have, if Supervisor Holland or Kirk have anything they wish to add, and then Supervisor Brandon had us.
While you guys were talking, I was going through the list and just making notes of things that I needed clarity on or I wanted to add, or so that's what I've been doing. So
And we need to do
I'm
that
ready
too.
to do that. What's that?
We need to do that.
Okay, I think that's what we were starting off trying to do,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
So I'm ready to do that, I think.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
I'll let you get there. I was going to say, Supervisor Brandon had an idea, and maybe this is something that you're going to lump into in a second. I'm going to steal your thunder. Is that a number of the items, especially in public safety, we can lump those under one goal, right? So I'll let you take over what your list was, but I think that's where you're going with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's
we
just
have a
if
lot.
I'm just saying, if we start advocating for stuff right off the bat, the exercise right now is
I'm
is
not
there something
advocating
that
this.
was missed or that we need to add? I think we just need to go through that.
I don't think he's advocating. I think we're just trying to clean it up a little bit.
Yeah, the idea being going through each one of these, being a discussion, will be kind of inefficient. So I saw 4 that stood out right here that seemed to be very related. I did hear, I don't see 4 single goals that had 1 vote. I saw 4 people mention the same kind of general goal, and it's under OES. So we have hire more OES staff, reclassify OES as public safety, which I do think there was more than 1 X for. Increase general fund contribution for OES, and then fire evacuation, fire education evac drills, which are done by OES. All of that is pretty much the same thing, which is invest in OES so they do OES things. And we could be as specific as the evac drills. That would be just one option to consolidate these.
All right, so why don't we do that? Why don't we kind of take them as a,
I think that's a good idea.
why don't we do this? Why don't we just go down each category as is? We'll start with public safety. There's the first one, public safety. We'll start with public safety. I know Supervisor Kirk has a couple things he wants to go, and we'll just let it rip.
So if we're starting, I'll just start from the top. If we're making changes, the second one, maintain sheriff staff level and program sustainability, I would put maintain public safety level. It wasn't just about the sheriff's department, it was about public safety, the whole will. So not just the sheriff's department, but public safety will, if we could update that.
Okay.
I didn't know what maintain current level 2627, I put a question mark there.
That was on one of the presentation, and it basically, I think, was intending to maintain the current support for public safety that we have in 26 and 27.
That was on mine, and I.
Huh?
That was on mine, so it was basically that we keep
Maintain
it,
public
yeah, we keep
safety.
it fully funded for
So-
the 26, 27, because we're at the end of this fiscal year almost.
So I would maybe take that first box, maintain public safety and program sustainability through 26, 27. I would just make that one box, so we don't have all these multiple boxes,
Got it.
if that's okay.
Okay, I've got it.
Columbia Fire long-term, I guess we'll comment on those later. I didn't, let me just do changes. There was one that here said investigate high costs of insurance. That's already in motion. There's already a bunch of information on that. So I guess I'll need some clarity on that. Okay, let's talk about OES. Hire more OES staff. Yesterday when we were talking about hiring more OES staff, I had to go back. During the storms, I had a conversation with, I don't know if it was with Dory specifically, but I know it was with Roger. And we already gave direction to hire those additional staff. So I didn't know why it was on a priority when we already gave direction to get those staff members filled. So I don't think we need to add it as a priority because it should already be in motion, or they should already be doing the applications to put it out there. So I'm just letting,
Is that agreed by everybody? Can I take it off or not?
Roger, do you want to fill the board in?
Yeah, well, direction with OES, we did approve recruitment for 1 full-time additional analyst and some relief positions in OES.
Can I clarify, we have the positions, we're not hiring them because of the former freeze, is that
No,
correct? We
they-
had 4,
No, they're moving forward with allowing the hiring.
right.
That's what was approved, moving forward with hiring one position and some relief positions for OES also.
So if it's already underway, I'm just saying, I don't know if we need to make it a market here. That's all I'm saying. So maybe we could just strike that since it's already underway.
Any disagreement? Okay, I'm taking it out.
I would just say with the timeline that we were talking before about setting timelines for these things, I think removing it says that it has no timeline. I think it deserves a timeline. If these other things are going to have a timeline, that should have one too. Just because it's in process doesn't mean it's not still a priority.
The only
Yeah, we
problem-
can say do it now, but, I mean, we have to get applicants, so we can't make it get filled. But are you guys moving forward? Is it posted? Are we?
I actually don't know if it's posted yet. I'll look and see, but we are moving forward. I mean, it's just like any other recruitment. So, I mean, we could put a timeline to it, but it's just like any recruitment. It'll be open for a few weeks. We'll do interviews. And I think we're targeting for 2 relief people, but we also have some staffing in OES that we're trying to address with that too, along with the projects, so.
And then when it comes to, when it comes to OES, and this might change that conversation as well, reclassifying OES under public safety, I agree, it should be under public safety, and this is something I discussed a year and a half ago, and Dory kind of made my points yesterday about public safety, and so I actually am recommending that, I don't think we can do it today because it's an action item, but that we move forward and actually put that under the sheriff's department, park it under public safety, under the sheriff, and then it could be administered through the sheriff's department. So that would be my recommendation as far as reclassifying it under public safety.
So one question on that, you said that Dory made your points for you, but I heard her say the opposite of that, is that it shouldn't be under sheriff's office.
So public safety, if you look at the wheel of public safety.
No, but your statement was that
Okay, well, then
she
I'll
had
retract my
suggested
statement.
that
Okay.
that was what happened, and that, to me, it was the opposite.
So, few things. The broader conversation is, we had this conversation about a year ago, and the direction, we were moving towards putting OES under the sheriff, but at the time, the organization was in a big influx, a lot of changes, a lot of merging, a lot of cuts, lots of people leaving. And so at that point, we decided we're going to pause. But one of the conversations was we need to get the CAO refocused on CAO roles and responsibilities, budget, organization, and not so much oversight and management, which he's doing a lot of right now. And fortunately, we're going to hire CDD. We're starting to move things off his plate. But now that the dust has settled a little bit, lots of organizations, that's where OES hides. If you look at the lightning complex fire that we had from Chinese camp, I don't know if you know, but who did we call to come over and give us advice? It was the Mariposa Sheriff's Department. Their OES came over, gave us direction. They sent a captain, a guy named Wes, to help kind of oversee that process. So, I mean, we literally are reaching out to sheriff's OES for, that's just an example. So,
I mean,
Can I recommend we split the conversation and?
it was our OES that oversaw that with assistance from Mariposa.
I'm just
County.
giving you an
So-
example.
let's say
where
this.
OES
This
Well,
isn't.
you're misstating the facts, and
So if
I'm just
OES
trying
is
to
public
get
safety, then let's park it
some
under
clarity.
public safety.
Okay, stop. So
Yeah.
this isn't the forum to have this debate, because
Yeah.
we can't take steps, we can't take the action. So if we want to put it on in a future agenda, I'm having Heather print out, we can pick a day of when we want to add that on and see. I know, right, so what it sounds like is like, let's put it on a future agenda, and then you guys can have that debate.
Sure. So we'll
Okay.
put it on the agenda.
Hasn't that already been on the agenda, though? I feel like this discussion is.
But I think there needs to be a majority of us to
And-
move it forward to the agenda.
And this discussion has taken place in the past, where we've talked multiple times about moving OES under the sheriff, and the decision was no. And so, because this is something that is important to you, you want to bring it up again. But to me, we're going backward. We're already,
Okay,
we're covering
If
ground
we
that's
do this
already
on
been
every
covered.
item, we'll be here all day. So is there a majority to just move it forward
Well-
to have a discussion?
We don't need a majority to move it, to do that. We can put it on, you can, as a supervisor, you can
Okay,
put it on
I'll do
agenda.
that.
Let me go back to the past agendas, to Supervisor Campbell's point, there was discussion. Let's find out where we left that, right? So we're not recreating the wheel, and we can go forward.
Okay. So we'll
Can I
put that on
highlight-
a future agenda.
Hold on,
and
hold on
then
a
as-
second, Roger.
The direction from the board at the time was to move OES and HR underneath the board, not to the sheriff's office. And that, I think that decision was made literally a week or two before the fire happened at Chinese camp. So we've actually delayed just because of all the work that's had to
Right.
take place.
And that's what I was going to say, and that's what I wanted to go back, because I believe, that was the same, my recollection is that we have already made the decision to move OES underneath the board. We just have to make sure that if we're going to change it again, that we have to
Okay.
give the people the time
So
to make that
I'll
discussion.
put it on the agenda.
Supervisor Brandon?
I was
So-
just to highlight that this says reclassify OAS as public safety. I think we're reading that as two different versions of it. I'm not in support of moving it under the sheriff, but I did put this as one of my goals. The idea was that we treat them as a public safety entity within it, and those are two very, very different things.
Okay.
A second is we are talking about wanting to keep it high level. I heard that across the board, I think from pretty much everybody. But this is something where, like, we have a department head saying, I don't want to do this, and it's getting very specific of who they work for. So all to say is what I saw at the beginning, commonality here is support OES, reinvest, bring it back up, it's important. That's kind of the goal.
So I think-
I imagine we then ask the staff, how do we do that?
I think,
So-
again, this conversation needs to
Right.
play out on an agenda item. Stabilize existing fire stations. I put a question mark there. Is that, I think that needs to be lumped in with get the 3O staff. I just didn't know what existing fire engines or fire stations. Stabilize existing fire stations. I didn't know what that was or who. Because we have the 4 with Ptolemy County Fire.
Well, I put the 3O on there because that kind of goes.
No, I
to-
get the 3O.
Right.
But the specific stabilize existing fire stations, they're not unstable.
I think the
They're funded.
stabilization for me is the buildings, the facilities, the living quarters,
Okay.
Just make sure
So
that these
infrastructure,
buildings.
so fire station infrastructure maybe?
Sure.
Okay. So I recommend we just change that to fire station infrastructure, just to be clear.
Okay.
Let me see here. One thing I wanted to add, I know we're going to always do this, but I just wanted to add it to public safety, which was the MSA, Master Stewardship, and all the work that we're doing. I know that we're going to continue to do it, but I think it just needs to be called out and just added that we're going to always be, because a lot of that is grant funded, and we have a grant funded policy that within 5 years, we have to reevaluate. MSA, I believe, will always be funded no matter what because of just the amount of work they do. So are you guys cool if we add MSA?
So if you were going to say that as a goal,
Master Stewardship Agreement, I'll come up with something, but advocacy,
okay.
So I've got
that's
kind
it.
of a point of order in that, is we prepared them ahead of time to submit. We've had this all come together. I'm not opposed. I actually afterwards thought, wow, I wish I had one under there for public safety, particularly with MSA.
yeah.
That said, if we're going to start introducing new items to this, then all of yesterday, we might just start,
Well, I don't, that's, just so
You
you
see
feel
what I
better,
mean?
that's the only one I added for this whole list. I just realized that's a big one that we never called out.
But I think we're all either able to do that, or, and I would say that will take longer, or we're agreeing, we had time to prep, we sent in our stuff yesterday.
So I'll make it simple. Thumbs up if we want to add it.
Well, it's procedural issue. It's not that, I think on the face of it, we all agree with what you're saying, but I agree with Supervisor Brandon that if we do for one, so my suggestion is let's hold off on that and we'll bring it back when we do an evaluation or review future down, because we're going to continue, the problem with the past is that your goals and objectives, they got written and no one ever saw them again. So hold that thought. We could pin it. We'll come back to it
Okay.
in 2-3 months and we can add on, and that way we're not going to be here all day. Not that you're saying.
I disagree with you guys. I think this is the biggest thing that our county does, so I think we'd be foolish not to call it out, but, okay. Let me see here. On the short-term rentals, you said short-term rentals report. I just wanted to say what I exactly said, which was a good neighbor policy, short-term rental, good neighbor policy, if you could update that. Moving over to employee excellence.
Hold on, we're going to go down the path, each one individually.
Sorry, so that's it for public safety for me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Campbell?
Okay, well, I'll just go down the list. So 3O staff, okay, I'm going to combine all the fire, because we have 3O staff, we have Station 56, enforced fuel reduction, dispensable space. There is some overlap there with what we're facing in code enforcement and CDD. So I think that could be part of the conversation. The evacuation drills, again, there's overlap there between OES. And then stabilize existing fire stations. I think saying stabilize infrastructure or make infrastructure improvements to fire stations, I think that's a good idea. Calling it that instead of, because it's a little vague the way it is written, and I believe that yesterday, well, maybe not yesterday, but over the past several weeks, all of us at one point or another have pointed out infrastructure issues with our fire department, which are well known. But the thing, that I would look to is a conversation about, so one of the issues that happened in the past that led to this decision to look at closing one of our fire stations was a financial decision and also a policy decision where we didn't want to violate a county policy that says we're not spending one-time funding on ongoing costs. Well, I think that there's a way to do that, to keep our stations at 5 operating engines fully staffed, or at least majority staffed. There could be some savings there. Again, I think we need to have a conversation about that to see what is available, because the situation and conversations have taken place since that time that have changed what is possible, and we have a clearer picture about what one-time funds are available. Where we should absolutely prioritize keeping the maximum level of fire protection in Tuolumne County that we can afford. That is what needs to happen. That is a number one priority. We look at all things considered. How much resources do we need? What can we afford? And trying to align those. I don't feel that conversation really happened in the past. I think it was a little bit pushed upon us.
So Supervisor Campbell,
Yes.
can I just clarify? You want to
Yeah.
combine, I'm just going to run down them, 3O staff, I'm assuming also Columbia Fire long-term,
Yes.
options for 56,
Yeah.
reducing or enforcing the fuel reduction code,
That
stabilizing.
could potentially be another topic, because that's more under CDD and enforcement. I would say leave that out, because
Okay.
ultimately what we're talking about is keeping fire services at the level that the community wants to see.
Okay, and stabilizing existing fire station infrastructures.
And that's absolutely part of it, because
So-
that costs money.
Yeah, all of that is going to go under one item. And what was your suggestion for calling that one, kind of the big bucket? I had fire infrastructure is what I wrote, but I don't think that's what you said.
Supporting essential fire services. That's what we're talking about,
Okay.
is supporting, funding essential fire services. You can even say funding fire services, because at the end of the day, this all comes down to what we can afford and what there is money for. And where is the will to make investments in these things? I think that's a big
Okay,
thing we need to analyze.
all right, thanks.
I have a different view than my colleague on the OES discussion. I think Supervisor Brandon kind of highlighted it, that we're not really agreeing on what including OES as public safety means. The reason why that was brought up is because OES was brought under the umbrella when there were major cuts to county departments. OES was brought under that umbrella of departments that would be cut. When we decided to make cuts on all non-public safety entities, OES was not considered one of those public safety entities that we wouldn't look at. That's the only element that I think needs to change, that it's a relatively small department with a low cost, provides an essential service. We should keep that in the same category. Not changing substantially how it's organized or run or who manages it. So that's where I think there's a difference in thought on it. Maintain sheriff level.
Public safety.
Well, and this is sheriff level specifically. And
We talked about changing it.
Well, I mean, public safety, okay, yeah. We could just say public safety as long as that's inclusive of OES and fire. But just calling out the sheriff's office specifically, I think where we are now with the jail and with dispatch and with patrol needs to be protected. And so that as a clear priority, I think. So what we're spending on public safety right now, inclusive of OES and fire, should be protected. If that's a priority, I think that's a pretty good priority.
So if we said public safety, parentheses, sheriff, OES, fire,
Yeah, and, probation, district attorney, all of the good guys.
okay, well, do I need to add all that specificity
No.
in there? Okay.
No, just as long as we agree that those things are public safety, where I think that's been the question lately is,
Well, I think
is OES public safety?
Well, I think the
Yeah.
question you're not asking is, do we have a policy or do we need a policy that says what is classified as under the public safety wheel?
That might not be a bad.
So maybe we decide maybe
Yeah.
we have a board meeting that says public safety in our eyes as a board includes X, Y, and Z, and that way, if the board in the future says we're not going to cut from public safety, those departments are automatically off the table.
I think that's a great idea because I think
It's the power of the shirt, my brother.
because when we did make cuts, that was not really clear, and I don't think it ever was clarified. So I think that's a fantastic idea.
So that sounds like a goal.
And
Well,
yeah,
I think
It's a
it's a
high level
board
thing.
agenda item, is
Yeah, I
what you
got
just said.
Okay.
That you're going to create a statement, a policy, whatever it is that you do, that says what is included in public safety.
Okay.
And you're just going to clarify it in that way. That way you don't have to have it as a goal. We're going to assume, for the purpose of that particular goal, though, where it's talking about maintaining public safety, staff level, et cetera, we're going to just leave public safety there. You're going to clarify and define what that really is later.
and then and I have only two other things.
Is it under public safety?
Oh, no. So,
I know.
Okay.
So my goal is there's five of us and there's five topics. So we'll
Okay.
just each take one and we'll just run with it.
End it there.
So just so you know, you're on deck with community health.
that's the big stuff for me, so.
All right, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I was trying to just synthesize this a bit, kind of see that the first one, and I was just writing numbers here of which ones seem to be under the same category, is basically sustaining the current CAL FIRE contract and investing in facilities. The second issue being to, present and restore options on Station 56. And that has my support on there too. Then I was seeing, and I know this is not going line by line with it, but expanding OES and classifying as public safety. I will say I think that policy makes a lot of sense. One of the things specifically I recommended was we set the goal of reinvesting OES up to 200,000 and classifying it as public safety. That could be an implementation goal, which I think is good. I still think setting that as a goal here makes sense, because otherwise I just completely wasted making a request to a department that I think will be very important and deserves that. I agree. I think having maintained sheriffs makes sense. I think that was kind of a granted with it. My highlighted one that's really particularly important too is going to be defensible space, increased enforcement. So going through these right here, the first and third ones, I had the same question as Supervisor Kirk. Maintain current level 2627 is a little ambiguous with the changes that are happening. And 3.0 staffing, to my understanding, is contractually obligated, right? So we may set that as a goal, but that is fulfilling the requirements of our current CAL FIRE contract.
It's not current, but it's coming.
It's coming, yeah.
Right, I thought with the current, for the renewal, we will have to do so.
So we'll get into the fire section, fire discussion in a second, so I'll let you cruise through
All
that.
to say is it's not a discretionary decision. It's really, with our current model, we have to do this anyways. It's already in process at some level. So it said on here, Columbia Fire long-term. To me, that's not specific enough. We have an ongoing plan, an architectural study for a building that we own with site control that was moving forward. Columbia Fire long-term kind of sounds like we're going to bring an item back and have a general discussion. It's not continue doing the thing that we were doing that we almost applied for CDBG last year to be able to do. Would be my recommendation. Specific to the fuel reduction code, defensible space inspections. The one thing I want to avoid, because we've had this come up as a priority before, and it says, well, the issue we need is to have more inspectors, which may also be an issue I'm aware of. Or to say, well, we need to adjust the code. To me, the big issue that I was trying to highlight, and I don't know if this was in other board members' presentations, but we've done a lot of education on taking care of your property. What we haven't had is when we have folks who are not doing it, inspecting every 3 to 5 years, and it's education only, we are getting the ones who already want to do it, who want to be, they're doing that. If there is no consequence to it, then ultimately we're still left at risk. So my recommendation specifically within what we're already doing, we already have 4291, we already have fire inspectors and inspections at some level happening, is moving to a 1 year, basically from education to reinspection. So inspecting fewer properties more frequently and looking at penalties if folks basically have not done what they need to on it.
So is that a change to your code?
No, so we already have codes on defensible space and zone 0, and we have inspectors that do it. I think the issue, what I'm saying is we had grading permits before. The thing was on the books, you had to do it, we had staff that could enforce it. For a while, there was no penalties associated with grading violations. So as expected, there was a lot of grading violations because there was no cost. So it wasn't changing the code, it wasn't the staffing, it was saying we need to enforce this. So my specific one is we need to enforce this.
Okay, so you're not recommending a change to the way that's worded there. Is that right?
It says enforce the code in defensible space inspections. It's just not very specific to it, but it might be fine. I just wanted to clarify, I guess that was my intent, at least in asking for it. I know we have 5 X's on that one.
Okay.
Child advocacy is under here. I would recommend that be under community health and prosperity. I do agree OES should be under public safety. I think we have to draw a line at somewhere. What is and is not public safety? Roads, for example, is a safety-related function, and yet I don't classify that necessarily as public safety. I classify that as public works. Same with health and human services. Many of them support a public safety goal, but I would not classify it as public safety. So I would move budget for child advocacy over to a different category, probably the one next over to it.
Okay, I did that.
And then we had a couple here. One was the evaluate medical response fee. Look, if we do fiscal responsibility and revenue generation, that is less in the public safety category and more in the fiscal responsibility category.
Okay.
I would say same for me in recommending the unified fire and EMS. That is meant to be primarily a cost savings measure to explore. So it could be under there, could be under here, but this one kind of is like, that's why I recommended or through support behind it was to be able to be more fiscally responsible.
Okay, thank you. All right, so mine is simple. Like I said, yes, the 3O staffing is coming, but we still have to have a way to pay for it, right? So, and nothing against our partners at CAL FIRE, but that's one of those contracts we don't negotiate. They're going to tell us what we're going to get, and this is what we're going to have to pay. So we have to figure out how we're going to get there, right? And that goes back to my position on the 1% or 1.5% special tax. And I want to make sure people understand, because I said I would never bring forward a regular tax, and I agree with you, but I think a special tax is what we may have to look at down the road, but we can cross that bridge later. So there's a number of kind of going back to some of the comments regarding, so how did we get here? So I want to go back to the discussion I think there's some misunderstanding of exactly what we're talking about when it comes to Station 56. The discussion in January was to alter the contract to close that, right? So if we're going to change that, then we need to give our partners at CAL FIRE opportunity to pivot on that, right? To make sure that they understand what's going to happen. So I think we need to have that conversation a little further down the road. Obviously before July. So my point is still the same. We have to get the 3-0. I hear your statement about Columbia Fire. The question I would have for you is, if you had to pick one, which one? Is it Columbia Fire or is it 56? Because right now we can't, of course it's Columbia, right? So the reason we're taking the steps now is so we can fund these stations further down the road, where right now we knew in 2022 that the money for these stations, because of the grant, the SAFER grant was going away, we weren't going to be able to fund that. So that's where we're at right now today. But that's where we're at today. Okay, so with that being said, I agree with you. We need to have fire infrastructure. And infrastructure is who owns the buildings? Do we own the buildings? And if so, we have to budget to make sure that there's sleeping quarters, a new roof, stuff like that. That's another part of that process. We may not own the buildings, and if we don't own the buildings, we need to get the property owner who owns it to fix them, right? So that's part of that discussion. So I think, like I said, I agree with you. I'm okay. I've never hidden this from Dory, so I'm not going to blindside her here. I've never hidden it. I could go either way with her being under the sheriff's department or being independent or what have you. So if that, right now, as Roger said, what's on the table is to move her to report directly to the board. So we have to finalize that and be done with it and end that conversation. And then a number of these other things, the child advocacy, the Sunshine House support, I don't think those are top tier board goals, because I think those are things that we're going to do in anyway. We want to support them. So I think maybe our goal should be to support those organizations which provide a service to the members of our community who need those services, whether it's the Sunshine or it's the child advocacy or things like that. So that's what I would recommend. Yeah, I mean, you're right. We can come up with a way to say, hey, it is a board goal, right, that we want to support, and that may not have gotten picked up. Supervisor Brandon said nonprofits. So I think it should be our goal to say we are going to support our nonprofits. We're going to support our groups, and how do we do that? And then let the staff decide, hey, this is how the board can do that, either during the fiscal season, during coming up with other opportunities like grant writers and things like that. So those would be my only comments under the public safety.
Okay. I think that we already said we were going to make, I'm going to slightly change what I think we said, but the support for nonprofits like Sunshine House, child advocacy.
Sunshine House isn't a nonprofit. That's what I was clarifying is
Yeah.
Child advocacy, as we're talking here, our staff, Sunshine House is under the umbrella of the county and the DA's office.
Okay.
That's what I was bringing up is
Right.
we want to support these efforts. There's also nonprofits which are independent, which kind of makes it a little, anyway, just to clarify.
Yeah, no, I
All
think.
right, so supporting those things, you're going to have a special agenda item. I'm helping create that list down the line so that you can make some decisions right away that do those things.
Right.
Those were things that you said you could
Because
knock out quickly.
I'm fine with that for Sunshine House. I know I recommended it. I think we're all in support. We don't have to have it on the priorities if we bring a resolution. The child advocacy I'd recommend, it says budget for child advocacy. So that isn't a resolution necessarily. That's money.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm calling that a resolution to support Sunshine House, to support child advocacy.
Right.
Can you do that?
Well, yeah, I think I think it's our goal is to support those organizations. I don't think should be that we're going to support one organization over another. And I don't believe you're advocating for that. What we're advocating for is that we want to be seen as very pro these organizations, very pro these plans, very pro nonprofits that are doing the work in the field that we want to support.
Well, and in some of these, we do resolutions, for example, in child welfare and social workers, and that is something that routinely comes back. So
Yeah,
we
but that's
don't
just a-
necessarily need to set that either as a goal because that is often an annual recognition.
Right, but it's a recognition, right? We could recognize their work and never fund it, right? To make it a little tough.
But you're saying a resolution. I was just highlighting that I believe we already do that.
Okay.
I agree, it's a separate topic.
Yeah. I think that where I'm going with this is that it's this board, our position that we want to be seen as good partners, and we will continue to work with Sunshine House, whether that's in support publicly or financially, our nonprofits and things like that.
Should we leave budget for child advocacy under community health and prosperity as a separate goal, an objective here?
Well, I don't think anybody's saying cut money from anybody, but I mean, I don't want to make that a goal and then lock us into something if something big comes down the road and we have to make hard decisions again.
Okay, so don't have that on there, is that?
I think we leave that to the department head who's, that falls under, and if they bring that budget to us and they say this is what we need, and we could support it.
Okay. All right. All right, we are rapidly losing control of our time.
Well, and
here.
I was going to let Mike go, and then I was going to say that exact thing, so.
Okay.
I'll keep it short. Yeah, I guess we're gonna go through this later, but the only thing I saw was on the enforced fuel reduction thing, it says there's 5 people. I know I never spoke about it, and I don't necessarily support it unless I understand more about it, because I've heard board members in the past talk about the county clears properties and put liens on people's property, and I can't support that. So
Okay.
I'd need a little more detail before I put a check mark next to that, so.
All right, that's fine.
Just to clarify.
Just for documentation purposes, I'm taking that X off, sorry.
Yeah, it's not that I'm not a believer in fuel reduction, just it needs more details around how that would operate. But same thing, I guess since we're talking about the OES stuff, I don't know why we care where it lives one way or the other. I heard, there's we didn't want to move animal control, and now it's just working out great. So maybe under that umbrella, there's more support. I know when there is an emergency, there's evacuations. I mean, essentially our sheriff's in charge anyways. So it seems like, I don't
Okay,
think
well,
it matters.
I think
Yeah.
OES placement is something that you guys are gonna have to discuss in a board meeting and
Yeah,
figure
right.
out. So I
For
have
sure.
that on the board agenda list.
Okay. The other thing is I'm not sure what options for 56 we're talking about, because I thought we made this decision, but apparently maybe we're doing it again. So I guess that's about it.
Okay,
So what I was going to say is, we are slated to have all of this done by 10:30.
yeah.
We have only gone through the first one.
I know.
So we need to either come up with a better game plan, or how are we going to address this? I don't think it is in the best interest for us to debate all of these items here. So what does the board want to do?
I'm looking at my sheet that by far had the most
Right,
ink.
I'm
I
with
think
you.
I think the other ones, except for budget, actually, I think everything else is going to go pretty quick.
All right. So let's try to,
agree.
so my goal here is there's 5 items. There's 5 of us. Supervisor Campbell, you'll take community health. Supervisor Brandon, I'll give you roads. I'll take employee excellence. Mike will have fiscal responsibility. Let's just knock these things out and just, if there's something we need to debate, let's debate it about how we want to move forward on. Otherwise, let's just give our 2 cents and move on.
Well,
What does that mean?
yeah, I mean, because none of the community health and prosperity elements were things that I brought up. I think a lot of the things I brought up were either public safety related or employee excellence and
Well,
resilience.
hold on. I don't think these are things that whether
What's that?
debating if we support or don't support. It's just
Yeah.
if we have corrections to make to it.
Right.
No, it's
Okay.
But
what I was
see,
interpreting.
that's what I'm saying is that none of these were things that I brought forward. So why would I be the person to speak to whether there are corrections?
You don't
So
have
then
to.
you
You
don't
can
have to.
say no.
And I was hearing one board member would present and amend.
No, I was just trying
each
to
section.
keep a little, instead of 5 of us cats running around on the dais here, trying to keep it a little bit organized. So just have a little, so I mean, I could take community health, so we'll do that, water infrastructure. Right, I think we all agree that water infrastructure is a priority for this county.
Why don't you start us out? Because I'm not quite sure what you mean. So why don't you start with what your plan is, and then we'll.
I don't have a plan. I think, again, these are goals and objectives that this board wants to
Well,
put
Steve,
time and dedication
I'm
behind.
getting confused with direction. I thought we're just making edits for clarity, and then we're going to discuss what's a priority.
I agree. So do we agree that water infrastructure is something that we
No,
want
no,
to.
so you're doing the second. You're saying, do we agree that this is a priority? I think we're just doing edits to make sure we're clear as far as what the conversation is
So
going to be.
I have
moving forward.
two edits to this particular thing that I've heard you all say, or some part of you say. One was on short-term rentals report to add good neighbor policy on there.
Right, that's it.
And then something needs, I think something about economic development needs to be added in here. Some action, I don't know what to put besides economic development at the moment. Am I correct?
This was going back to my earlier recommendation that fiscal responsibility be fiscal responsibility and revenue generation as one idea. We did have community health and prosperity way back, was thought to be economic development in that bucket, but it doesn't really say economic development, and so it kind of gets lost.
So are you suggesting that we have something under the fiscal responsibility column for economic development instead? Is that what you're saying?
Well, like Supervisor Griefer, Chair Griefer and I were talking about, like the large project economic development. If we think that's a good idea, where does that live? I wouldn't put that under necessarily community health and prosperity. I tend to think of that as more support and social services, things that are community services, library, that type of stuff. I would put it under fiscal responsibility.
Okay, I'm going to put that there right now. Large project,
And Supervisor, you mentioned on water infrastructure. I do completely agree. Some of these were a little hard to classify. I would recommend we could either put it under community health, prosperity, or roads and infrastructure. But there is the partnership with the different community providers. Jamestown's on here as kind of a specific one that I think is a poignant issue. We have water infrastructure like the TUD and PG&E Flume. Sierra Pines, we're always generally supportive. We were before, but there are points come up where we could plan better. Then there was the one I brought up, which is kind of the long-range planning, PG&E water rights, acquisition discussion. So for me, water infrastructure is vague. I don't really know what that means because there's a lot of things under that, if that makes sense. Droughts were brought up too, that we had issues with delivering water to residents as opposed to centralized facilities. So more specificity there might be more helpful if we're actually setting goals.
okay?
All right.
So I'm still not clear if water infrastructure belongs in a different category, and I'm adding PG&E water rights to that.
Well, see, that's it. We don't have any control over PG&E, the flume, or the water rights. So I don't know why that's one of our goals.
It's the advocacy for it. We need to be putting staff time and board time into advocating for it.
Into advocating
For, not
to
necessarily
take
the water
over-
rights, but for the flume, kind of the whole water conversation with that.
Okay.
So, and we can do that in the Natural Resources Committee. Like, that's an easy
Well,
route.
that's why I'm saying I don't know if it's a goal, right? I think it's something that we're always saying we want to do, right? But is that something we want to, the staff's already dedicated to it. My concern is exactly as I said from day one, for the first.
So that's fine. That's why we're talking. So yeah, we can scratch that with the knowledge that we will be pursuing that if
Okay.
Well, if
we have water guys to do it.
But if we have committees doing things that are not on the priority list here, that's
True.
kind of the concern, right? I mean, we want this to be the umbrella, and then the committee takes that work. Because and I hear what you're saying, like the TUD Sierra Pines plant, as an example, we have been supportive. We were not as actively planning with them. There was an issue that came up. We've been responsive in supporting it. I think that's important. Some of these things, because you're right, we don't control it, but we could lobby to the CPUC. We could hire a lobbying firm. We do have a natural resource analyst within the CAO's office. Where I'd like to see is more specific direction with what we currently have on what we're actually asking that to do. So writing a letter of support, we can always do that. Yeah. We tend to always do that. Are we actively planning on things like if we wanted the water rights? That is a much more extensive conversation. JSD is something that, though they're a separate agency, we might actually be the more lead on supporting and helping them plan because they're much smaller than us. So anyway, just more specificity.
No, and now you said that, I kind of agree, Mike, with him, because if the day comes where Sean or Natural Resource or any of us or staff are dedicating time towards something that's owned by PG&E and TUD, that's our resources going after things that affect them, and that would need to be a board like behind that? Because I can
Like-
see in 2 years, people are like, why are we putting our resources towards that when it's not even ours? Well, because it's a priority.
Like the reservoir is a good idea, but it still leaves the flume. To me, PG&E owns that. We should be advocating more aggressively to make sure PG&E is actually taking care of their infrastructure.
Yeah.
Right now, we don't have that specific direction. So maybe that would be a good specific goal is to, I mean, we mentioned the
Advocacy
PG&E
for the-
capital plan.
Yeah.
Basically make sure that they are fixing that stuff, specifically the flume.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I'm doing. I took off of community health and prosperity water infrastructure. We had, under roads and infrastructure, PG&E water rights. I said advocate PG&E water rights, and I also put / water infrastructure. We can resolve, more specificity to that later, but I think in terms of whether or not that should be one of your objectives or not, that's where I'm gonna have it.
Under roads and infrastructure,
That's where I put it, yep.
I think it's more of a community health issue. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Just my thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as we said earlier, things that do not, from this list, that do not make it into your top fives, then those potentially become board agenda items for some,
Yeah, future date.
yeah, okay. All right. Anything else under roads that needs to be moved, changed? I did move
yes.
the solar field, improve revenue. I moved that under the fiscal responsibility. We talked about that earlier.
I have one item for the roads. Clarity, the general fund puts 780,000 towards local roads materials. The 28% of TOT allocation would be the 2.7. So I just want to be clear, it's not like we're only doing 2.7. It's the current plus the TOT allocation. Maybe we don't need to say that here, but I just want to be clear. So I guess I am saying it here. I would say 780 plus the 28% of TOT.
780 plus
Keep the current,
2%.
benchmark the TOT, plus the 28%.
All right, I'm sorry. Can you just say it one more time?
780
Yep,
plus 28% TOT.
okay.
Then you can say current, 780 current plus TOT, 28%.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
noted.
Supervisor Brandon?
Right. I just wanted to highlight in there, we do have two different numbers. I imagine that we're directing that this will come back. It is looking at basically a significant ongoing investment into roads. It is coming from the general fund, but we're talking about TOT. My number was 2 million. That was 2 million plus then the maintenance of effort, so that'd be 2.7. I believe you're saying 2.7 plus that, which would be 3.5 or something. So
Yeah.
to me, we don't need it in this. Necessarily, that's going to be what comes back, and we decide what the impacts of that are going to be. Just 2 cents on it. For the roads, we have like the overlay, the roadsides, more road staff, more road materials. All of those, and even the funding, seem to be in the same category, because ultimately the challenge of because we've made roadside brushing priorities before, and we did get some more done, but the issue has been funding. So I'm not sure if we need to say more road staff, more road materials. I would eliminate that. The 1-inch overlay, I think the whole goal is lower cost maintenance and do it in-house. However, you might see that being done. With the reducing electricity costs is kind of broad. It's like, well, how are you going to do that? We were already in progress of doing the first stage of joining a community choice aggregator with Pioneer Community Energy. That would reduce potentially electricity costs, give a little more local control. I requested that because we are already there. We expect they will come back once they have resource adequacy to allow Tuolumne County to join into this CCA. So I would keep it specific to the CCA in particular. It says reduce speeding. To me, this suggests an enforcement issue. I mean to specifically readjust speed limits and traffic calming on kind of high propensity roads for accidents.
I Sorry, while he was speaking, I got one more, which was looking at what Blossom presented, the 5-year strategic plan. I think we should just throw that in there, just so we're highlighting that, the 5-year,
Road plan?
5-year strategic pavement maintenance plan. Because I think it covers a lot of these things, so we can hash that out later.
Supervisor.
You want to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I agree with the 2 million, where I do like saying that it should be for staffing and road materials specifically, just to kind of give more guidance about what that priority is. So, I mean, the figure about what there is available to spend for roads, I also came to the number 2 million. I don't think we have that narrowed down yet, because if we're talking about setting aside TOT dollars that already just go into the general fund, we have to know what the impacts of that are going to be before we really make a commitment to what we're going to do for public works. But I think just stating it and making that commitment that roads is or should be a higher priority than it has been, and specifically that we're not looking to purchase equipment primarily unless, we have to, but we're not looking to set that money aside for large equipment purchases. We're looking to set it aside to have more people operating the equipment that we have, more people laying down road surfaces, paying for materials, hiring subcontractors, all the things that our Public Works Director highlighted, that is what that is for. And I'll also say this, $2 million could be easily eaten up by one road project.
It's materials.
And so that funding is, we're talking about spreading that amongst community roads, major collectors, that it's not just a one-time taking of TOT funds for one project, because it absolutely could become that. So that's why I was kind of in favor of being a little more specific about what we mean by setting aside funding for roads specifically. But in general, the concept of doing that, I'm in support of. I just think we have to talk about, can't just say, oh, we have free money, because we don't have any free money. It's like living on a ship, something, you want to bring something on the ship, something else has got to come off. So we have to consider that before we really make a clear commitment on that.
What I would like to propose is that top line talks about, I said 780 current plus 28% TOT for road staff and materials.
Yes.
So it's specific, and then we take that second line out, where it just says more road staff, more
Sure.
road materials, right?
Yes.
So we're able to combine those and clarify what that money, whatever the amount is,
Yeah.
goes toward.
And, you could take TOT. I mean, I suggested that it come from TOT just to make it easier for people to conceptualize, but, it really doesn't matter. We're all talking about, TOT, sales tax, property tax, those are all our general fund, our largest general fund contributions. So any money that comes in addition to roads is going to have to come from that. But I'm fine with what you suggested.
Okay.
Can
Hold on.
Can I chime in on
Okay.
that? What if we go somewhere like, we try to go from a range of putting 2 million to the 3.48 or whatever it is? Because you're right, it does have to come from somewhere, and that gives us at least a target that we're trying to get to. And then that way, each
target.
year, we can keep trying to increase it to get to that point of where it's the full TOT allotment plus our 780. We may not ever do it on year one or year two, but we just keep constantly increasing it, and we know what our range is. And I do think we should just put it towards the materials and staff, because like we've heard before, if we hire it out, that's 2 miles of road, versus if I was doing Blossom's math, right, on 1-inch overlays, we're going to get 20 miles or something like that on the minor roads, versus if we tear a whole road out, and hire George Reed to pave the whole thing. It's a lot more expensive.
Steve, do you mind if we have Blossom come up and just make sure
I
we
was-
don't?
I was going to say that.
Okay. Yeah.
I see some
So we don't box you
vigorous,
in.
Yeah.
vigorous head shaking back there.
And while she's coming up, I also suggest that we can't be the first county that's talked about this or had to deal with having crappy roads. What are examples of how other counties have approached using internal funds to shore up road improvements. Which, you know, I know you know a lot of your colleagues in
But-
other counties, so
but-
I'm
but
perfectly comfortable stealing ideas from other areas.
Well, but I don't know if this is the environment for that.
Right,
this
right.
That could-
discussion.
that
So-
would-
I'm just saying,
that
we're
could be
coming
part of
up
the
with an
plan.
idea and a process here, but
No.
if there are better ideas,
But
I'm
I
open to
think
it.
our goal is, I'm going to let you get on for a second. I think this is where we're getting lost in the procedure. We need to decide, do we want to put $2.43 million into roads? And if so, let the staff run with it. We can figure out how to get there, and that's a discussion we can come up with a little bit later. But for today, I think we have to decide,
Yeah, that's what-
as a board, are we going to dedicate X number of dollars from this point forward towards our roads? And everything else, we can have that discussion later, or like I said.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was just, she's here, so I was mentioning it.
Good
But
morning.
I don't want her to
Board.
feel obligated to answer it because
No.
of time.
I'll be fast.
Hit it.
This would be a great discussion at a regular board meeting, but I would need more flexibility other than just staff and materials, and it would vary by year. One year might be a big contract to do like a rawhide road. The next year might be all chip seals and thin overlays, which is just staff and materials. But that's going to vary year by year. So I think this would be a great discussion at a regular board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Because
Okay,
I think-
now I don't know what to have in this line.
Right?
No, I think the goal should be,
The goals-
you guys phrased
Yeah,
it well.
Agendize a regular board discussion about increasing funding to roads roughly 2 million, or we don't even have to put a dollar figure. We've all talked about it.
Right, let's hammer that out at another board meeting then.
Well,
Because I got questions.
And Supervisor Kirk mentioned adding
This is a
in the
big deal.
5-year plan, and I agree to like, how do we negotiate, what does it specifically go to, which is an important conversation. I think we put this money to the plan, that's one goal. The other goal is when the plan comes back, we adopt it in here, that says where does it go as priorities. And I think that'd be a great addition to it.
Because I think the one thing we're all united on is that we get hammered by all of our constituents on their roads are the worst. So I think we can have that conversation.
I think this is a special one where once we have that board meeting, we then give direction to go back and update our plan.
Exactly right.
So we'll do that.
Okay, so funding for roads and infrastructure is going to be a board agenda item, not,
Both. It'll be a board goal and a future agenda item.
I think the goal is we're going to put more money into it, and then we'll hammer out how that money's going to get
Details.
spent.
Yeah,
But just the
right.
goal is increase funding, because obviously we're going to have to have a conversation of, as Ryan said, it has to go from one place to another. What just got thrown off the ship, or did the ship get bigger somehow?
okay. All right, let's see if there's anything under employee excellence that we want to eliminate, move, or anything else. The pursue shared services, that's kind of, about 2/3 down the column. I've moved over to fiscal responsibility because we suggested that earlier, but nothing else. I haven't done anything else with any of this.
For me, the one thing that we've heard from multiple departments is staff increase. So I think we have to look as an organization where we want to start potentially freeing up, removing the freeze on certain positions. I know yesterday the DA said that she was down a couple. We've had the assessor that they need one more, things like that. So another groundskeeper, another. So I think we're at that point now where we need to assess operationally and allow the staff to come forward and say, we're ready to start increasing staff to get them up and running a little bit. Well, right, yeah.
I know in some of the previous conversations on staffing, I believe department heads were able to come together and make recommendations. I know that we had some that made sense that were brought forward, groundskeeper being one. We're not really weighing that against any other department needs unless it was brought up. So I would recommend that we have the staffing or unfreezing discussion from the department heads come back to us. I did want to highlight something on this is we did have 4, and I don't know if you have me in there or not. I think that is the most important thing we can do is hire and retain qualified staff, that we can recruit folks but keep them here, make sure we're offering market pay. These are all great promises. What do we do to make it happen? So this one had 5 staff that supported it, 4 boards, maybe 5, unanimous support. But then we have in here reward out of the box thinking. One on the board, no staff. We have the medical response fee. I don't think it had any support. We had the, economic project stuff. We have the shared services, 0 on staff support. This is the issue we're running into, is this is probably most of the money in the organization goes to people. They are the most important thing in the organization. But also, we're not getting very much feedback on what options are we doing to make sure there is the money to invest in that. So,
But with that being said, if we make it a goal to hire, retain qualified staff, part of that might be cross-training, wage review, employee recognition, mentoring program, right? So we could lump all of those under hire, retain. It's like I said earlier, most people don't quit jobs because of the pay. They quit a job because of their boss or a work condition or what have you. And somebody mentioned it yesterday, is that they're overworked, they're burnt out, right? So, or they don't feel that there's a growth opportunity or training opportunity. So if we want to hire, retain, then let's develop policies and procedures and let the staff bring to us ways that we can support that.
and maybe I guess what I'm getting at is we're using this box because this was on the previous 2-year priorities. I believe it was on the previous ones before that. We have said that there have been things that have been implemented to try and do blue zone offices and select amendments and some, I think we had one that was an employee development position. Some of these things were looked at and invested in. I think I still hear the same things. They're burnt out because we're consolidating a lot of positions and there's been some layoffs. They are seeing, I heard a number, pay increases across the river where that is a major factor. Or they're not sure, about the future of their funding kind of as a department there. And those are the big things that I think are driving some of it. I agree. I think most of the time that's what causes people to leave. But people are thinking of leaving because we're having more work being done by fewer people for less pay. And so in this, I completely agree with it. And maybe that's the conversation. What are the implementation strategies for that? Which I don't think a mentoring program is going to fix the vacancy rate or the employee recognition. I do think they are good ideas, but it's kind of dancing around the big issue that I keep hearing consistently.
But you brought up yesterday developing a way to get someone maybe out of college to come work for the county. That's a mentoring. We heard from the DA that they hired somebody to work in their office that started off, a clerk? Am I getting that right? Right. So I think it's all part of that. I think our organization should not get into the weeds on how to do some of these things. And we should say, department heads, find a way to hire, retain, recruit, and keep your people and bring those to us so we can make them successful.
Well, but this is more than that, because I agree. This is saying the market pay and benefits package. What I don't want us to do, and I do feel like we have a bid, and look, I've really tried to address this, at least in my own capacity, market pay and benefit package. This is something that we know we are well out of market without a study telling us to do so. I don't want us to set a goal that sounds really good and then not be able to achieve that goal. In some cases, I will, recognize we've had that as goals in the past because employees should be the number one kind of, are the expense, but also are doing all of the work. But I don't know that we've done more than kind of adjust things a bit.
Okay.
So.
Well, I get it, but let's make it a goal and let's make it a top priority for this organization to hire, retain qualified staff, develop a recruitment strategy, and identify market pay and packages that we can afford. Is that good?
I'm in support of it, but I think the point I'm bringing up stands.
But I don't understand your point, though.
Well, so like we did a recruitment strategy with incentive pay and certain hiring. A lot of changes have happened in HR. We've done certain executive recruitments. We've done consolidations of departments. We've done certain pay. All to say is it's not that it's just ignored for 5 years. It's that we've done blue zones offices and we've done, these specifics. We haven't addressed the underlying issue, which is,
That we have no money?
we have no money.
Oh, there you go.
And so
let's just
as
cut
far
to the chase here and say, we got to figure out a way to pay our people fair and equitable in what we can afford. So why are we fighting over the simple topic of hire, retain qualified staff, develop a recruitment strategy, and market pay and benefit package for what we can afford?
Oh, and I'm not trying to fight. I'm saying that I want to make sure we have a goal on here that then allows us to be able to do that, so we can do that.
Our
'Cause I
goal
fully
is
support it.
our goal is the same thing. We have a lady sitting right here who can tell us exactly how much we're underpaying or overpaying. Well, I guess overpaying is not the case, right? So let them bring it to us and say, hey, look, in order for us to be competitive, you're going to need to do this or this or this or this, right? It's not my job to figure out. It's my job to figure out how to pay for it. Our job. It's their job to bring the idea to us. And I think if it's truly, I was the only one, by the way, that specifically said right off the bat, our number one goal should be the people in this organization. Right? So let's stop messing around with, all these other things. Let's take care of our people. Let's figure out a way to pay for it. Let's give them, the staff, the opportunity to hire the people they need, right? A groundskeeper may not seem like a lot to some people, but I mean, the person that's out there cutting 82 lawns, that's a lot. That's another body out there. So why don't we just come up with that and leave it as is?
I didn't say a groundskeeper is
I did earlier.
not an important member.
I didn't say that either.
Okay.
Okay. So do we agree-ish that we're going to develop, that it's a goal to hire, retain, and whatever the line is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe some of these other ones could be combined, I don't know.
I'm sorry?
Maybe some of the other ones could be combined. You talked
Right.
about that. But is there anything else that we need to talk about relative to employees?
I had one, so revamp Board of Supervisors Code of Ethics. All I'd be looking for is a commitment to look at the section of our governance manual that deals with board interactions with staff and department heads and reassess whether it meets our needs.
Could that be an agenda item in the future?
Yes.
Yeah, and to Supervisor Campbell, I've already spoken to Heather about, that's something that I was planning on coming up because there's some changes coming up with AB 707, SP 707. So there's a bunch of different stuff. So I was going to lump all that in already, but yeah, we can do that.
All right, so I'm taking it off of this list. I'm adding it to the agenda list.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm moving on to fiscal responsibility and revenue generation. That's going to be the title of that big column. Just as an FYI, I have taken the sales tax off of the 5th item, and I've added special sales tax as its own item per our earlier discussion. I added in here, evaluate medical response fee as one possibility for revenue generation. I also added Unify Fire EMS program for cost savings. And I added large project economic development under there. So is there anything else on this list that needs help?
Can I make it a suggestion? I don't like the word fiscal responsibility. I think it gets lost. I would like to call it baseline budget discipline. And then below that, no one-time funding for ongoing costs. Baseline budget discipline. So year within year.
I think
don't think that makes sense.
I think well, let's take the second one first. So we've already got that as a policy, so.
I could make an argument for just calling that column revenue generation, period.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I do agree fiscal responsibility sounds a little pejorative.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think revenue generation hits on it, whether it's a penny saved or earned.
Okay.
Well, if we call it, so wait, are you suggesting that instead of it being called fiscal responsibility, that it be called revenue generating?
Yeah, I mean, so
Yeah.
say, for example, reducing rented space, that's revenue generation. It's through cost reduction.
Yeah, but it all lives under the umbrella of budgeting, and I think we need to clearly define how this board is going to operate with budget, which is, to me, fiscal responsibility, but I don't like the word. I'd rather call it baseline budget discipline.
May I recommend we would put one on if we wanted to review the budget policies and rewrite that? Because we do have that document. It's our budget policies. We could review and consider amendments. We have done that. I think we slightly
policy.
reviewed it last year when we were doing some of the additions early. That would be my recommendation. To me,
that's
the
fine.
goal is that the budget has policies we follow, and that those policies are what set our process and priorities.
Okay, that's fine.
good with
So
that.
we'll leave Unless you got some.
But I do think that's already in there, though. We already have as a policy not to use, they're policies, they're not laws, right? But we do not use one-time fund for ongoing expenses. Are there examples where that's happened? Yes, but as a budget policy, that's not a budgeting practice.
So,
So,
just
I
to
don't know what you
clarify,
changed.
you are asking to add on to, as an objective, review the budget policy?
Oh, you look at me.
Yeah.
No, I was
I
just,
think we can just do that.
I'm just
Like,
saying, I agree with it. I think we already have that. If there's a kind of clarified, this is the policy we don't have, we need to add, we could absolutely have a review and reapprove budget policy.
Okay.
I was just trying to figure out a way that isn't duplicating what we have,
That's
that
fine.
is accomplishing that.
I'll go look at it, and if I want to bring something up, I'll bring it up.
Okay.
Okay, I added that to the possible board agenda item list. So again, in terms of the title, fiscal responsibility is out. Is it going to be revenue generation or?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think we need to, if we were trying to get to a 3.0 fire, in 3.0 staffing.
If you're trying to do anything on this list, you're going to.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's
So-
exactly, that's
Right?
exactly right.
Okay. All right.
How
So
about the most
now,
important thing we do?
we haven't done what we wanted to accomplish before 10:30.
Oh, wait,
But-
are we moving on from that? Because we haven't gone through any comments
Oh.
much
For that particular.
on the revenue generation
Oh,
category.
yes, you're right. I was actually thinking that it might be an important time to take a break. For
Yeah,
10 minutes.
let's try to, it's 10:30, let's take a break until 10:40, and then,
Yes.
and then we'll come back and pick up where Supervisor Brandon began.
Fine.
Okay, 10-minute break, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are looking at this category of revenue generation. And I already ran down the additions that I had on there. Is there anything else that we need to fix?
So before he jumps in, because I know he's got a couple items, I just want to make sure that we did separate out from alternative funding sources, grants, sales tax, that's going to be their own categories of
It's
funding
a-
sources, grants, and a potential 1% sales tax, special sales tax.
I actually took sales tax off of that line item and added it as its own
Yeah, we just split it
line
out.
item.
Okay.
So it now says special sales tax, and I
Right,
did not.
right, and that
I
special
wasn't
sales tax
specific
would-
About how much.
Yep, okay. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I'll try to keep this really quick. The debt pay down, I would recommend, because we're always paying down debt. I think what we're talking about was paying down debt early.
Okay.
So adding that. One thing we have is the reduced rented spaces. I think the most outstanding issue in that, besides IT's rented offices, TGH just got a large grant to go fix some of that up too, is the courthouse. Where we're at right now is I think that is within potentially 2 years, a building that we can get up and running, and it is our largest kind of empty office building. So I would recommend, beyond our capital plan and capital fund, that we specifically would add as reduced rented space, making the restoration and filling of the courthouse, the Yaney courthouse here specifically, a goal.
Could I just say could I just say reduce rented space, high priority is the courthouse?
And I'll second that, and to both courthouses.
Yeah. I believe we are within $1 million or $1.5 million of being able to do the HVAC and have the thing fixed up. I know probably some people are wincing at me saying numbers at all, but we're not as far as we were before.
No, and I agree. I think we need to get
On
that building 100%, I agree wholeheartedly with that. Getting that building operational, we own it, it's ours, let's get it. And the same with the other, I thought at one point we were moving the public defender's office into that. So let's start utilizing our building. So I support that 100%.
Great.
So should I say high priority is courthouses,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, for us, yes.
plural?
Or county courthouses. I don't know, 'cause
County.
there's a third. Yeah, I think we know what we mean.
Okay.
So I also wanted to bring up, this is one that was in my slide. It wasn't on the list. We spoke briefly about it. It does have the tiniest bit of backstory, but Visit Tuolumne has a contract with us. It's a 10-year extension. They have a 3-year clause that brings it back to the board if there's not an adopted TBID or TMD, Tourism Marketing District, Tourism Business Improvement District. That has not been done. We're in the 3rd year. My recommendation is that the goal is the renegotiation of the Visit Tuolumne contract to replace the TMD provision with the hiring of one FTE specifically for economic development and hospitality.
So are you saying that we're going to ask them to hire somebody?
We will make them through the contract because they are ultimately kind of a subsidiary entity of us. So we maintain the otherwise terms, but we trade the TMD for another thing which would create revenue. So we trade the TMD provision for the FTE, and then we have the 10-year because it will come up this year.
Since for clarification, I sit on that board, so I'll be meeting with them tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I'll look over to county council on can we put language in our goals to discuss a contract, or should the discussion be bringing that contract back before the board under the guise of what you're suggesting?
I think you could do it either way. You're here to discuss priorities and goals. You could make that topic a goal generally, but you can bring it back specifically for the
All right.
future agenda.
All right, so with that, why don't I bring this, why don't we make that a suggestion? Right, and we'll just, so because to be fair, we're not going to add on any of these, we'll just put it under the,
Mine was included in my presentation though yesterday. It just
So-
didn't make it to this list.
So
It
Jared,
wasn't, yeah.
So I think that would fall under like revenue generation, and we could just do the contract as a meeting item because it's going to come up anyways, right?
Right. The renegotiation of the contract, correct me if I'm wrong, will come up this year because it's obligated to. The goal would be basically having that specific clause traded for, we need an employee to deal with this one, which
No,
is if
no,
we want to.
I understand what you're saying, but
Right.
I think that'd fall under revenue generation because that's the point of it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, under revenue generation.
But maybe that specifically we're not putting in there that our board goal is to renegotiate the TOT thing because it's going to, or that contract because it's going to come up anyways, right? It's one of those things that's coming no matter what we do.
Yeah.
So we just deal with it in the. I like the idea. We can
Yeah,
deal
it's the
with it
same
in
as we're
the-
saying maintain sheriff staffing levels. I agree with
Yeah.
that. We're going to make those decisions, I think, anyways. This is saying we should maintain visit Tuolumne levels. This is just trading that. But I'm fine with just, this is an FYI of, I think, a good idea for us to
And
achieve some of this.
Steve, he's not adding this. I did not, that was an error
no worries.
that I didn't include it.
Okay.
And it was principally because I was a little confused by it and I was in my heat exhausted
We all had
state.
heat stroke
Yes.
yesterday. So I appreciate that. We did have the full-time grant writer analyst position here. I had mentioned standardized policies for grant writing and management in the county. We do not have that. I'm also just wanted to throw in, I'm in support of this. I recommend, though, we also have a unified policy for grant writing and management. So not just a person who does all of it, but we're still going to have other people in the organization writing them. We don't have one process right now.
okay.
So that was the one topic I did want to weigh in on this one is that I feel we're kind of not clear on the concept of that. I mean, I asked everybody who here has ever written a grant, of our department heads, raise your hand. All of our department heads write grants, many other staff write grants. I think it's a little bit of a misnomer to say we need a full-time grants writer because if we just had one or two or three full-time grants writer who did all of it, it wouldn't be possible.
All right.
Please note that it says or analyst / grant writer.
Yes, I'm getting that. So there was a structure in place where we were managing the grants that we had, and that was changed. The people that did that were let go or resigned, and Roger brought up, I think, a really good idea that I hadn't considered yesterday, which is having a grants manager that was in the auditor controller's office, since so many of the grants end up going through the auditor controller's office anyway, to sort of manage and coordinate the grants rather than actually having a full-time grant writer. So the priority would be something more along the lines of, better manage grants that our departments receive or apply for by adding support staff or something along those lines, rather than saying we're going to hire dedicated grants writers. It may sound like a little bit of a technical approach to it, but that's kind of, it would be more like what we said with roads, where we're not going to figure out what the process should be. We're just going to say it's a priority and then let the staff figure it out. And it sounds like Roger has a plan anyway.
So to use your, how many of you back there have written grants, and how much time does it take, and would it be nice to have somebody else do it for you? Yeah,
That is not a hand raised.
I know, there's a lot of, I know.
Right,
But right, so I think.
But there are 20 people, and so if.
No, so
You know, we're not, we can't hire 20.
No, but I
dedicated
think,
grant
but
writers.
I think we're
That's
saying
my
the same thing. I think what we're saying is hire someone to do what Supervisor Brandon said, do something, right? But there are also professional grant writers out there that take a percentage of the grants that they
Yep.
receive.
Well, can I throw out?
Right, so
that-
they wouldn't be working for the county, they
Okay.
would be going out fishing for us.
My intent was not to open up
Yeah.
Yeah,
the whole
no,
discussion on that.
but we could do
What
both.
I'm saying is that we say that improving support to our departments with respect to grant writing is a priority, and that
Perfect.
we go from
I think that'd be a great item to bring back. CSAC, for example, one of the initiatives 3 years ago, I believe, was to initiate a grant writing corps for counties that's nonprofit, where if we need additional, we can hire. I don't think we have a funding way to do that right now, but that'd be a
Okay.
great thing.
So it sounds like we all violently agree.
We have one here, so still in the stuff going down about midway. Research state and federal funding sources. What does that mean? I mean, we do that all the time, but that's not really a very specific plan. So I would recommend we either make that specific or just eliminate that, since we do that. I brought up Prop 4 as an example. That's a big money pot. Preparing for that, to be ready for that funding, that is actionable. Just researching state and federal funding sources, on what and for what, with what terms, at what years. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I would recommend maybe then replacing that specifically with the biggest pot of money that I can think of, which is Prop 4 readiness, the climate bond, which is about $3.5 billion to forests, $3.5 billion to watersheds, I think, something like that. And then it has reduced county or damage to county property. I do agree, and you'd mentioned accidents. I don't know how we're going to prevent a county employee necessarily more than we're already currently doing from an accident. I don't know what this specifically is doing, so I don't know what this is going to be a priority on it. I'm not aware of things that are, we had a few years ago catalytic converter theft. We had done some security measures at some of the parking garages. It wasn't like a county-wide priority. It was kind of a very targeted effort. So my recommendation is, I don't know that this is a large enough scale issue to make kind of a full proposal, but.
Well, I think where I was going with this is that, yes, we're going to have patrol car crashes. Yes, we're going to have things like that, but sometimes they're just simple backing into something or what have you. So I think where I was going with this is having all of our department heads really focus on training and making sure that when people are out there, that they're following the rules and that they're reducing potential liability, right? If it's predictable, it's preventable. So we want to make sure that we get out there and we just say, hey, look, we know accidents happen. Just do your best to limit as much of those as possible.
And then the last thing was, I think, because there's also priority-based budget, I believe we somewhat do this, unless we then don't follow our priority list and bring a lot back, but was transparency for budget overages. Of course, our budget has to be balanced. We do adjustments based on real numbers that come in. I just wanted to ask what that specifically meant. We had talked previously about the CAO's authority to be able to transfer between line items and wanting more transparency on that. That makes a lot of sense. Budget overages, I didn't know what that exactly is referencing.
So I put that on there because one of the things that I heard not only as a candidate, but as a, now sitting in this role, is that people understand there's going to be budget overages. They just don't understand why there's budget overages. So what caused us to spend more money than intended? Why was there more, in our budget cycle, the elevator is a perfect example, right? There was a certain projected cost of that and it's gone over, right? It went over.
Well, exactly.
Right,
So that's a project
$400,000 that project's over.
That'd be a project overage. Because there is a misconception. A lot of people say, well, why is the county running a deficit? We've never run a
sure,
deficit. We legally cannot run a deficit.
Sure, maybe I phrased it incorrectly, but.
No, and that's all. It's like, what specifically is it? Because we have open gov. We've got a very transparent budget to kind of access. I think maybe then you're referencing project overages?
Sure, just how come.
A project overage dashboard?
Sure, just, how come we're looking at X, but it costs us Y, right? This is the people's money, and I'll give you a perfect example of, as we spoke about offline a moment ago, is that a lot of money is spent on developing plans for our buildings, and then they don't get used, right? People deserve to know why we spent $300,000 on plans that the county didn't use, right? It's their money, it's not my money.
I think a project dashboard would make a lot of sense.
Sure.
Where then we can report out as one of the kind of KPIs, is it on budget? I know we had that with some of the other capital projects in HHSA before, where there was a lot of, it's overrunning, and it's like, well, it's a narrow margin, but it was on track. Other ones, there have been overages. So that would be my recommendation, is a project, basically reporting system. I think it's similar to what Supervisor Kirk mentions on wanting to have some stats and dashboards available.
So I think leaving it as transparency for project overages is fine,
Yeah.
and not get into the weeds of
Project,
how you do that. Let the staff figure that out for you, but I'm sure they heard you say dashboard.
Yeah, that's, he cleaned up what I was trying to say.
Okay. Anything else from anybody? Now, we have a real conundrum here because, as you can see, I have a severely marked up piece of paper now. So you probably all don't necessarily know unless you've been doing what I've been doing, keeping the box score over here, Steve.
Sorry.
The metaphor. We need to come up with your individual top 5 in each one of these 5 categories. Do you feel like you have what you need to do that right now?
I'm going to ask the other question: do we need 5?
We
Because I
could
think
do
that's-
3. I'd be personally happy with 3 because too many things to do is too many things to do.
But this goes back to some of the feedback we had heard from the staff in the past, is that they'll be given 100 different goals and objectives, and no one really knows what they are. So I'm of the mindset that we come up with, like, for example, a top goal of this organization should be to find alternative funding sources, which might include a tax measure, grants, things like that, and just leave it at that. That's a top goal.
Okay.
Well, just to play devil's advocate, we have a reduced rented space. We have an early debt pay down. If we're only going to top 3, I don't know if both of those would be top 2. We also have reducing some of the bureaucracy and red tape. All to say is we might pick 3, but if the 3 is X, Y, comma, Z, right, and each of the 3 have 3 more things, we're just saying there's 3 goals, but they're more complicated. So I think it's okay. It might make it more organized to look at. It's not necessarily less work. And a lot of the goals I thought that we had before were largely not ones that came from the board. They were generated where we had that 100 goals list. I remember looking through and thinking, well, about 20% of this is what came from board discussions. So anyway, just my 2 cents on that. I think we could reduce it into 5. I don't know how we can do it outside of a forum here, because we all have areas that are of particular interest, and you're kind of the neutral facilitator to figure out where we're at. I know that I feel that I could take roads and infrastructure and go right 5 from everything I've heard, but then are we going to trust my interpretation of that? Vice versa, I would have concerns about that being taken over as well. So.
Well, I want to hear from each one of you what your 5. So let's just take roads, for example. So you come up with 5, and maybe Supervisor Campbell comes up with his 5, and only 2 of them are the same. So then we're really going to have to, it's almost like voting, right? If there's 3 of you that say that's the number 1, then I think, or that's on the list, then I think we have a winner.
Steve,
Go
I
ahead.
would really like to take a 10-minute break and have this Excel updated with all the changes, because I got ink all over the place, and I don't want to miss something because I'm not.
We can do
unclear.
that as well.
And I guess I'm not clear on where are you getting 5 from? Because when we just had a discussion about roads and infrastructure, for example, and we really only keyed in on one thing, maybe 2 things, which was the, increasing an emphasis on road.
5 is an optional number for you. If you only want to have your top 2, that's fine.
Okay. Because
You could have as many as 3 or 5.
many of the things here we didn't discuss at all. And so I think if you just took the things that we spoke about on each item at length, it was only 1 or 2 per column.
Okay.
I mean, am I right?
I think we kind of all agreed as we went through this process.
I feel like that's what I'm saying is like,
yeah.
Why
All right,
don't
well
we
then,
just
do
highlight
we
the
still need a
things we've
break, or
already
do we,
agreed on?
can we just try and do that right now?
I think
will
that-
get
I
it.
think we need time for you to kind of pull it together, like Supervisor Kirk had mentioned, and be able to write out, sorry, that was a harsh phrasing. You need
Pull it
time to be
together,
able to do
Karen.
some work, to turn the notes into something then we can review, and I think I have confidence that that probably reflects most of the stuff we've just agreed on. Without that, we're kind of going back to yesterday, which is what are each of our 5 priorities?
Okay, all right, that's fine. So, can I make a suggestion? I will sit with Heather. We will fix this. We're going to do it probably right here in the room because she needs to be in the room. But in the meantime, we had an item on our list later in the day, but we could do it now, so we're not wasting your time. To have the staff just speak to you informally about what they've heard in these discussions today. Maybe, just making a plea that says, I would appreciate it if you would consider this as a high-ranking priority, this, and this, whatever, And that way, it gives them an opportunity, maybe it allows us to stay on track later on today, too. Is that okay?
Yeah, and then I mean, we don't have a ton of public here today, but I mean, we could also get their 2 cents while we have time.
I'm happy for you to do that as well.
I know, I'll give you the heads up, I'm not gonna spring it on you, right? Yeah, but, well, let's go ahead and do this, while you and Heather work it out. If there's members of the staff that would like to come up and address the board on what they've heard and whether or not we're completely crazy. All right, who wants to go first? I'm just gonna start calling names here. Oh, and I don't have a walk-up song.
We were chatting back there. It might be helpful to get that feedback once we see what the list is.
Yeah.
But
I
that
know.
would be my, just for efficiency, that might save some time.
Okay.
So that's my comment, but others may disagree.
My apologies. I had something just kind of pop into my head at the last minute there, but looking at the last strategic plan printout that was sent to all of us prior to this engagement, there appeared to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 26 different items on there that we talked a little bit about yesterday. And so if each one of you were to give 5, that would be another 25. And so if the goal is to consolidate, maybe that might be something to think about as we look through the lens of moving forward, and maybe less might be a little bit more in this situation. And that's all I'm really seeing from this session so far. Thank you.
Good morning. So much nice cooler today.
Yeah.
And I do like that. That's, you're all right. I'm going to speak personally because I don't want to speak for any of the other departments, but specific to grants, grant writing, this whole idea. Obviously, our office has been very successful in writing grants. It is something that has been learned from me personally for many, many years, even before I came here to the county. The issue isn't writing the grants, because those of us within our departments understand, what we're writing for, and what we're trying to achieve with whatever funding we're looking for. It's managing those grants, and getting the support that if we request staff to manage the grants once we get it, that we have that. If not, I see 2 things. One, and the department heads have discussed this for several years now, at a better way to manage grants, including more, and it was mentioned, staff from the auditor's office, keeping us all, in that same kind of functional, process, so that also the auditor's office is keyed into grants, because every one of our grants has, calendar year, fiscal year, has certain requirements. Some grants retain 10%, till after the end, all of these things that can impact the flow down at the auditor's office. And so having that as a part of the process, I think, is key. I think having a policy is great just for us to stay consistent. It also, and having a mechanism that doesn't have to be a board priority, but just internally for us to meet and say, hey, what can we do as a cost share that's going to benefit all of the departments, or overhead or indirect costs that many of our grants get, so that we're getting our best bang for the buck in the long run. So it's not so much writing the grants, it's just ensuring that, we aren't duplicating benefits or services, and that we are, really consolidating and looking how we can get the most out of those funds that we're getting. But it is also managing it. The amount of time that it takes staff to manage grants is a lot, because it's quarterly reporting. Every grant you have is different. Not all of them are the same. They have certain requirements, certain things that we have to produce. So they all have to be treated differently in the amount of hours it takes. So I just want to offer that from a staff perspective. There is not going to be an easy solution on that, but just understand that we're good at writing it. We're good at managing them, but I do think that there are solutions for us to, tighten some things up and really look at the overhead, the overall side of it.
So it kind of sounds like the first step would be to develop a policy.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think, just internally, and that doesn't have to be the board's priority, right? That can be a directive.
Right, but that sounds like the first step is develop a
Yes.
policy, and then
Yes.
we can grow from there. Because
Yes.
something that you said that kind of hit me was that since I'm the one pushing for the grant writer, that if we got this grant writer, they can get the grant, but you have to execute the grant they got.
Somebody still has to do
Yeah,
the work
so that's
and manage it.
that's my disconnect, or that
Yes.
was my disconnect. So okay, no, thank you.
Perfect, you're welcome.
I just want to provide a couple underscores on what Annie said. Definitely it'll be helpful to have a little more clarity once it's all clear. And then also what David said, like, back to clarity, is the intent that these would now replace what was there on the last strategic plan with the green, yellow, reds, or are these in addition to? Some of them, of course, are duplicates, but so that clarity would be really helpful. And then And then another thing I want to say is as you're developing these priorities, think about the staff themselves, about who will be implementing these. Because, as we've discussed, there's not a ton of capacity. A lot of times it ends up being the CIO's office that has a hand in most of these. And, it's mostly Roger and I, who also wearing other department head hats and other things. So just be sensitive to that. And that's not a no, don't do it. It's more just, I think I heard it a couple times yesterday just about not wanting to add a ton to our plates right now. So just be sensitive to that. I am always down for new innovative projects, but sometimes.
Yeah, but just not today.
Yeah, that's right. Well, no, it's not. No, I am, but then I have to be mindful. Oh yeah, I can't. And I know Roger feels the same way. We're just not in the place right now to be able to take on massive things. So just be thinking about what staff might be working on those projects. And then just the capacity. The last thing I'll say is on the employee excellence and resilience piece. Thank you both for bringing that up, just about pay has to be addressed. Burnout is a very real thing. I mean, I personally am feeling it, but also I know that my staff are. So we just can't really get to the sort of creative out-of-the-box thinking. Again, like I said just before, that I think a lot of us really want to do. And I'm not saying pay for me, but for my staff, we can't really get quite there until we address the pay and the burnout piece. So I just want to acknowledge, thank you for saying that. Thank you for understanding that. And I am hopeful that when we get the pay addressed, then we will be in a place where we're being more creative, we're being more collaborative, we're being, open and interested. So anyways, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So, question for the board, and I'm going to catch Karen flat-footed here. The suggestion is that we take an early lunch. It is currently, we'll say 11:10. We were supposed to go to lunch at noon. My suggestion is, actually Supervisor Brandon brought it up, so I'll give him the credit, is perhaps we take a lunch now. That gives you guys opportunity to kind of maybe get this together. And then that gives us time and gives a little break here, and then we can come back kind of refreshed.
I second that idea.
It was your idea, I would hope so.
I think we can just
break for lunch if that's what we want to do. You take an hour. Yeah, come back at 12:15.
That would give you time to kind of consolidate, and if you wanted
And
to
to
then
give
go
it to
around to
them.
the five of us and double check ahead, I think then we can,
As well as let the staff know too.
yeah. Double check for clerical accuracy, I should say, not to, yeah.
I mean, that sound okay? I mean, no head nods, no bobbling. All right, so with that being said, I'll use what little authority I have. So we'll go ahead and take lunch from 11:10 to 12:10. So the back, you guys know you're free to go. Thanks. All right, before we go down that rabbit hole, Ms. Hopkins.
Okay. You should have before you now, or a copy at the desk in the back, a revised version of the 5 various priorities. Pardon? And I know there was one small little error that Heather thankfully ran around and fixed by hand, so we didn't have to waste some paper. So my request right now for the board is just take a quick peek and make sure we captured everything that we talked about. I honestly believe that we did. We did make one kind of, I don't know, executive decision between Heather and I, the seat of power. Under employee excellence and resilience, the top one, originally it just had hire and retain qualified staff, recruitment strategy, blah, blah, blah. And then there were a bunch of other small things that were in other boxes below that. And we really didn't talk about removing or doing anything with any of those, but we just added them in here so it would be considered all part of one thing. So that can be refined at a later date, especially as this plan gets finalized and formalized. But just know that that's why that list is quite long. And my plan is now you each get to tell me your top 5 or 3 or whatever number you want, as long as it's not greater than 5, for each of these columns. So if you're prepared to do that right this minute, we can. And if you're not, we'll wait for a minute. One other thing to note is there was some discussion about whether or not we should, especially on that one where we added a bunch of stuff in, add a bunch of X's. And I said, no, we're not adding to the X data here. We're just going to, we're not going to make it up. We're just going to leave it as it is. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to take care of that. How's that?
Are you ready to go? All right, so Supervisor Brandon is ready to go. Thought it should buy us 10, 15 minutes.
So generous, thank you.
So I'm going to try and track this on here. So, when you give me one, just pause for 1 second before moving on to the next number
Okay,
2 or
so
whatever.
I'm giving you top 5 organized from 1 to 5 of my priorities per category.
Correct.
Okay. I have for under public safety, first row, 3O staffing, number 1. Number 2 is maintain staffing from 26-27. Number 3 is just the next one, fuel reduction. I have as number 4, specifically long-term options there for Station 56. And then 5 would be OES.
Okay.
Yeah, the insurance one is important, but I wasn't sure exactly what it's asking.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Compared to defensible space.
Okay.
Do we want to go through by category like that and then move on, or do we want me to go through all of them?
If you're ready to roll, I say go across the sheet and then,
Okay.
then we'll all just fall in behind.
For community health and prosperity, number 1, Jamestown Sanitary. Number 2, Tuolumne County Arts Reuse Store. Number 3, South County Development Plan. Number 4, the Atka Food Bank. Number 5, short-term rental policy.
Good neighbor policy.
Good neighbor policy. Roads and infrastructure. Number 1, the targeted funding. Number 2, the 5-year strategic plan support. Number 3, and I think we had a clerical edit on this one, it was reduce electricity costs CCA
Yes.
implementation. 4 was the speed limit traffic calming. And
Okay.
5, water rights and water infrastructure.
Okay.
A few of these seem to be tactical ones I thought that we had decided would be better under the strategic plan, like the 5-year, the 1-inch, and the cleaning roadsides and that. For employee excellence and resilience, I had first one, the omnibus there is number 1. Number 2, focus on customer service. And number 3 would be the CDBG housing project. I'm imagining that under this is then some form of employee housing.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Anyway, those 2 would be the priorities there, the customer service and then the omnibus first one.
So there's 3 total. Or
I guess 2 total. I don't know why the CDBG one is.
that should not be on there?
It's not, to me, that's more of a, maybe community health and prosperity, or it's not an organizational resilience, unless it's employee housing, which is not a bad, I was interpreting that meant a CDBG-funded employee housing project.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so you
I'll
have 2.
I'll just knock that off, just 2 for that one.
Okay, gotcha.
And for that, number 1 in revenue generation was pursuing shared services.
All right, hang on a second so that I can make sure I find these things. Gotcha.
Number 2 is the promote large project economic development.
Okay,
Number 3, reduce rented space, high priority for county courthouses.
okay,
Number 4 was the improve grant management, grant writing processes.
okay,
And then number 5 was the burdens regulations, or reducing, specifically, I believe it was red tape within building planning.
okay,
It's how I interpreted burdensome regulations was pretty much specific to building and planning regulations, right? More or less.
okay.
See, and I think I have 12 more minutes.
I don't think you do.
Oh, okay.
I think we're moving on.
Well, there you go. She's in charge.
Are you
All right,
ready,
Yeah,
Steve?
I'm ready. All right, so for public safety, number 1 is get the 3.0 staffing. Number 2 is maintain public safety. Number 3 is support funding for Central Fire Services. Number 4 would be enforce fuel reduction code. And number 5 is OES fire education.
Okay,
I only have 3 on community health. And number 1 is the short-term rental good neighbor policy. Number 2 is the food bank. And number 3 would be South County Development Plan.
okay,
For roads and infrastructure, number 1 is target funding. Number 2 is increase road worker compensation for retention.
okay,
Number 3 is a 5-year strategic road maintenance plan.
okay,
Number 4 is reduce outside contracts.
hold on a second, okay,
And number 5 is water infrastructure advocacy.
okay,
All right, employee excellence. Number 1 is the first one, hire, retain qualified staff.
okay,
Pretty much goes in order. Number 2 is customer service.
okay,
Number 3 is independent audit.
okay,
Number 4 is reward out of the box thinking. And number 5 is support housing project.
okay,
And then for the last one, I have number 1 is a special tax dedicated to fire, roads, sheriff, and employee pay. Number 2 is reduce rented space.
Okay,
Number 3 is debt pay down early.
okay,
Number 4 is Prop 4 funding.
okay.
And the last one would be timely completion of audits.
Okay.
Ryan or Anaya, you're up to bat.
We can give them another minute, let them
Okay.
finish.
Can I ask a question? When are you taking notes of this? Because I'd like to see it on a screen as we're getting through there to see where the majority votes are and where we're.
Sorry, electrical wise, we can't support the screens being on today. If we want the.
Okay, so you're going to print out another spreadsheet with, okay.
Yes, sir.
And question, do we have to do 5 on each
No,
of
no,
them?
no, not at
No,
all.
Okay.
you can do-
No. So if I think
A number
Supervisor
less
Brandon only
than
had 2.
5 is good.
Okay. All right, well, good. That answers a big question then.
Well, you're up. Or one of the
Yeah,
2 gentlemen.
You go ahead.
Still kind of figuring it out. I'm going to, again, put in a plug. We're not adding anything, but I think we should have the option to add the MSA thing. That's the only thing I think we're missing the boat with that since it's the biggest thing that we've done as a county. So I think MSA should be included, but, okay, so I'm going to say number 1, get 3.0 staff, including fire station infrastructure and funding essential fire services. I keep circling essential. Can we define that real quick?
Sorry, sir. What was your
It
question?
says, and funding essential fire services. I mean, did we ever define what essential?
Oops.
I just want to make sure there's no, I don't know if that's attached to anything other
No,
than.
I think
we
it's a
need to fund-
goal that we're going to fund essential fire
Okay,
services.
okay, I just want to be clear, there's not like a number or something attached
No.
to it. Okay. So that would be number 1. Number 2, maintain public safety levels 26, 27. Number 3, I support, but again, some of this stuff has to be, because Columbia Fire has a source right now, and there's potential in the future that it will go at the air attack base. So I'm not committing to saying I'm going to dump millions of dollars into Columbia Fire right now, because that has to be discussed. So I don't want to.
Right, but these are your priorities of how you're ranking them, and then we'll get the
We'll
collective
knock
of
out
it.
some of the details later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So that'd be number 3.
Which one is number 3? I'm sorry.
It's the last one, support.
Okay,
I
thank
support
you.
funding fire services,
Okay.
get the 3.0 staff, options for 56, stabilizing, my
I've got it.
issue, my issue is Columbia Fire.
Stabilizing existing fire infrastructure goes to like Jamestown, they need a roof, right? 56, if we brought that back, we
No, I
need
know,
a living
but-
store.
I just want to be clear, because Columbia it's there, it's
Right.
happening. So,
Right.
Well, let's be clear, it's trying to get it to a permanent, basically, station. That's the goal. That's what this is
Okay.
trying to commit to. It is there, but it's at a temporary facility on a very temporary lease. It's trying, maybe it's the airport, maybe it's not.
Okay.
It's a long-term
so
facility.
it's open for discussion, that's all, okay. Okay, so for community health and prosperity, protect AGCA Food Bank, I think we're gonna do that no matter what, but we'll just make that number 1. Let's see here. Number 2, short-term rental, good neighbor agreement. And I need some more information on that. So I'll leave it at those 2 for now, because I want to talk about the sanitary issue. Okay, number 3, roads and infrastructure. Number 1, target funding 2 to 3.5 million for road staff and materials. I feel like there's, again, duplicates. I feel like increased miles of overlay and clean roadside safety is going to be under the 5-year strategic roadmap. So I think those should just be, I'm not going to waste a vote on those because they're going to be under the roadmap plan. So
Okay.
I would move those down to the 5-year strategic plan, and that would be my second one.
Okay,
And also, the 2 below those, increase road worker compensation and reduce outside contracts. That's all part of giving Blossom the money to be discretionary with that. So I don't think those should be something that we have to vote on. Those are something that we want her to do with that discretionary funding, that 2 to 3.5 million. Does that sound good, Blossom? Sure, okay. Because we say in that first one, we want to increase road staff. Obviously, to do that, we got to increase compensation and other things. What's that? Okay,
Bargaining.
Okay, well then if that's the case, then we'll do, number one will be target funding, 2.3 million. Number two will be 5-year strategic plan. Number three will be increase road crew compensation. Number 4 and 5 will be 1 mile overlay, roadside safety, clean roadside safety. And I'm just going to keep going with water infrastructure will be 6. And I'm going to have 6 because of the way this is set up. Employee excellence and resilience. Number 1, hire, retain qualified staff benefit package. We need to look at that whole thing, so that'll be number 1. Number 2 will be independent audit of CDD. Number 3 will be customer service, elimination of old policies. Those are my 3. And then for
Okay.
sorry, do I need to slow down, ma'am?
No, you could slow down a little bit, but I got you on that one.
Okay. Sorry, roads and infrastructure throw me for a loop because I feel like all of that is all inclusive. But okay, revenue generation. Number 1, pay down debt. Debt snowball. Number 2, reduce rented space. Number 3, priority-based budget.
Hang on 1 second. Okay.
Let me see. Sorry, I wrote a note here. Evaluating medical response fee. That's already coming. I don't think we need to make that a it's coming before our board soon. So I'm just letting everybody know that. Those would be my 3.
Okay.
Oh, and if there's now those would be my 3.
Supervisor Campbell.
All right. So on public safety, I mean, I think like everybody else said, a lot of this is interchangeable, so it's difficult to say that's 1, that's 2, but I'd say number 1 is so all 3 of my next are actually number 1.
You can only have one number 1.
Well, I know, but there's overlap, so. Number 1, maintain public safety to current levels. 2, support funding. Yeah, because it says 3.0 fire staffing on the top and the bottom one, so, but I'll call the bottom one number 2, support Central Fire Services, Columbia, and Station 56. And to me, that ties in with the current level of staffing. Number 3, the infrastructure element. So the first one, get 3.0 staffing, including fire station infrastructure. 4, enforce fuel reduction. 5, OES. That's it for public safety.
Can I just
yes.
just read them back to you just so I
Sure. Number 1, maintain public safety. Number
Yeah.
2, support funding. Number
Okay,
3,
I've
get to
got 'em.
3.0.
Yeah, it
Number
was 1 and 2.
No problem. Number 4, enforce fuels. Number 5, OES.
Okay.
Next category, protect Atka Food Bank. Number 1, relief for Jamestown. Number 2, TC Arts. Number 3.
Okay.
Next category, you're going to be surprised, Anaya, but I think we're almost identical here. We might be a little bit different. Number 1, target funding. Number 2, increase compensation. And again, these things are all combined. Number 2, increase compensation. Number 3, reduce contracts. Number 4, increase overlay. And number 5, clean roadsides. And then I would kind of agree that if we were going to do 6, I would say the strategic plan, which kind of encapsulates some of these other elements.
Okay.
And then next one, that top element is pretty much all of it. Hire and retain qualified staff and recruitment strategy. That's number 1, I think, obviously. Number 2 is customer service, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Last category. Number 1, timely completion of audits. I think that a lot of the grants and a lot of these things that we're talking about are funded through sources that are dependent on the audits being completed. So until that happens, this is all just a conversation. So we need to do everything we can to support that. And I think we are. 2 is reduce rented space. That would be my number one priority, but like I said, it's less of an immediate concern, but reducing our rented space is a very, very important long-term goal. It's been something I've been working on for a long time. We've gotten a good part of the way there, but some of our most expensive rented spaces are still there.
Okay.
2 is that's 2. So 3 is plan for alternative funding and grants. That's a little strange. I mean, we should be doing that, but.
Okay.
4 is promote large economic projects. 5 is solar. So down at the.
Got it.
Yeah,
I've got it. Yeah.
the 4th and
Yeah.
3rd from the top, from the
Yeah.
bottom.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
All right. And Mike gets no say.
Well, when he,
Hand me mics. I'll
Yeah, I bet you. I thought so.
hang on just 1 minute.
How about each of us gets one of Mike's categories
Yeah, I'd like-
to pick what he's going to vote?
You okay?
Oh.
All right,
So we'll
well,
make a turn when he comes back.
thank you, because that went much faster than I thought it was going to. Maybe Mike would have been the fly in the ointment. I don't know.
Again.
There was a couple points that I felt confusion through that I think we should just clarify, if that's fine.
Yeah.
So one of them under public safety, I had the same confusion because there's a lot of overlap in the language. So I put number 1 is 3.0 engine staff, but it says including fire station infrastructure, right? That was very duplicative kind of with that last one there. And it was unclear because both say 3.0, both are talking fire station infrastructure. I thought that was kind of a catch-all afterthought of like if you wanted to pull one out, and I pulled one out, which was number 4 for me, Station 56, assuming that the first one there being fire station infrastructure includes a Columbia Fire Station. So I don't know if there's a way we can just make sure that each of those is something distinct that we're prioritizing.
Because I was almost, and I agree, I was almost thinking that the top and the bottom categories
They're basically the same.
are, they encapsulate elements of both.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, I think you're correct. They are kind of duplicated. But the rankings are substantially different between the two. So 3 of you put the top one as your number 1. If we were to go with the bottom one, support funding for Central Fire Services with 3.0 staff, Columbia infrastructure stabilizing and, 56, would you be willing to make that your number 1? So I'm specifically asking Supervisor Brandon, Griefer, and Kirk.
Well, and that's the key. What's the difference?
I don't know.
Because right here, so like the top one's just like a better written version that encompasses it all. The bottom one is the same, except it's an aggregate of a few small things.
Right.
And so, I'm going to pick whatever one has Columbia Fire Station in it, and 3.0 staffing is something that we need to do. Both of them, though, in my opinion, kind of cover that. I guess the way that I had read it, if this is helpful, because I know you asked all 3 of us, but that first line was related to basically fire sustainability of the current stuff we've got. 4 stations, getting to 3.0 staffing, keeping the contract. Second line was expanding that to include the sheriff's office and other public safety entities. Third row was fuels or, prevention efforts, which is different. Fourth was OES, which is also like distinct. Those would be like my 4. I actually added in the 4th one because I'm like, well, I just want to hedge my bets if, this is in there. Those are the only 4. And then fire insurance, I guess, is a distinct one.
Which no one voted for.
Right.
Not that it's unimportant, it just didn't make the cut
Yeah.
for this.
So do we need to, I think maybe one important question is on Station 56. For me, that was why I put the last one as a priority in that list for me, and underlined and tried to reference in the first that was talking about the only one that was not unique to both, which is, in my opinion, Station 56.
Yeah, I think one, reads better than that last one because it's talking about fire services, and then we need to specifically call out 56 and say, do we want to look at options for 56 as a priority?
Yeah.
So I would say one would be 3O staffing and fire essential infrastructure services. That encapsulates our contract in Tuolumne County Fire.
So like that last one, if we just took out the first line and the second line, and then took out stabilize existing fire infrastructure, which I think is the duplicate parts, that's what I highlighted was its options for Station 56.
Options for 56, yeah.
So
Well, it's,
if options for 56 was called out in the first one, would you change your ranking at all?
If it was called out in the first one, then I would just entirely scratch that bottom one because there is nothing unique about it. It's completely redundant, right?
Right.
So sure.
And I agree too, it would be my number one. And then my number two would be maintain.
56.
All right. So
The key being we have existing fire stations under current contract direction, and then Station 56 is still maintained by us, but there's an amendment to remove. And so that's the key. If it says we'll maintain current fire, stations, well, what does that include? The current ones that we have on contract or the current ones as directed for amendment, right?
So I'm going to take options for Station 56 and put that at the end of the top.
no.
No, that's
So
not what
one,
you want to do.
One would be the first box,
Okay.
and then
Options for 56 would be its own.
options for 56 needs to be its own separate
Okay.
item.
All right.
That's what I'm hearing. Options for 56 needs to be, so maybe we should go through public safety again right now.
No,
with that
I'd say, because we're not, why are we calling out that when it is part of fire station and infrastructure,
Because
staffing
50,
essential services, and maintaining status quo public
Because-
safety?
because right
Because
now
it
we have
covers all
four,
three of those elements.
because right now we have 4 stations that our board has decided to continue in funding. 56 was voted on to cut, but if we're going to bring back potential options to keep it going, that needs to be a separate item, because we did vote to close it. So it's not included in the contract right now.
My turn?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
please.
so I ranked mine 3O staffing, including fire station infrastructure, which goes towards the buildings, and funding essential fire services, which also goes towards, the equipment as well. So that's why I have that as, number one. Number three, my number three was support funding for central fires, get the 3O staffing. Obviously, I already addressed that, but we don't have a current plan for Columbia, and we don't have a current plan. When the current plan right now is to close Station 56. So the reason and stabilize existing infrastructure, right? So the reason I'm not the board has already decided that we're going to close 56 for right now. If we want to have a discussion on how we want to save that station later, but it's not right now. We can't do it right now because we've already given direction to CAL FIRE to take those steps. So I think we have to just focus on what we've got, the 4 stations, the infrastructure, and the equipment, and make those our priority.
Which is, I think, is included in your number one.
Right.
3O staffing in our essential service.
So maybe to clarify, the number one, to me, does imply Columbia, which is finding a long-term
Yes.
station in our next 2 years. It doesn't specifically say that. Maybe that's the one to add to that, because the rest is more deferred maintenance. I would still recommend we just have one of these items be, because it basically says options for Station 56. I know that I would like to see it reestablished, and Supervisor Campbell's mentioned that too. I know
We all
Supervisor
would.
Kirk has mentioned options, voted
Yeah, options.
on the closure, but is then looking at something that's not. So this isn't saying reestablish it, it is saying bring it back as an option. And it may not have enough support
Right,
to do
and-
that.
well, no, I
But
think-
it's worth just separating it out, because that is the one that's making everything complicated.
Well, no, and I agree. I think we've made the determination to close that station. We've given direction to CAL FIRE. In a year from now, we could, if we found funding or founding service, we could reopen it. The problem doesn't change with 56 because we don't have people staying there overnight.
But a majority have indicated at meetings that there is interest in basically a fire station there or getting it reestablished. It was a 3-2 vote to amend it, but then a majority have said that we're looking at options to get it back up, right?
Right.
Yeah, because it's not closed. It is still operating.
Correct.
So status quo fire protection is what we have right now. And so there are options available to us if we act.
So not
That-
repeating
to
the
keep
same
it
vote
open.
of the amendment, but saying that now there is, yeah. I'm trying to be,
No, I mean, I get it. I think-
we may disagree on the vote for that, but I believe at least 3 board members are looking at alternatives to get this up and
Right,
running
we-
based on our
Right,
conversations.
which is why
up
it's
here.
listed as in my book, number 3. I think we go
Yeah.
with the ranking, and we keep the conversation going with 56. I don't want 56, like you said, to muddy everything up.
Okay.
Heather.
Thanks.
Sorry. And item number 1, I have including Columbia long-term. That verbiage, you want included in that or not?
I would prefer them as is presented.
As presented, okay.
I was hoping to split that last one up and make sure that it's clear. Move Columbia to the top one and then keep it to 56 and eliminate the rest since it's redundant. I don't think it changed the priorities then, for me at least, under that.
Are we okay with that? Because that is
Well,
what I.
again, I like the way it was written. I think it's very succinct. You know, the number one is the first one is the first one, the last one's the last one. I think Columbia long-term and 56, you know, is a separate discussion. I don't want to lump them together because I just think it makes it muddy.
See, that's the issue. If Columbia is a separate thing, then I am not number one in the support there. When we say including fire station infrastructure, we're both saying, I think overall, that includes Columbia long-term having a station. You're saying, well, that's a separate issue. That's the issue that I'm having is like,
I know,
I don't view that as a separate issue. That is a contracted station infrastructure.
Right, but
it's not specified.
But we have to take care of what we have right now. We can plan for the future, but we have to take care of what we have right now.
Well, we have that right now. We have a station, and it is staffed,
Right.
and it's in our contract, but it's in a temporary facility.
Right.
We're trying to get out of leased
and-
temporary facilities into owned facilities. So, yes, but it is, right?
Well, that's why it says Columbia long-term, not Columbia current.
Right, 100%. So I'm just saying, move that up there.
I disagree, but I'll go with the majority.
I disagree. Essential fire services are the 4 that we have contracted out. So we just are going to maintain that. We're going to look for long-term solutions for Columbia. If we're going to call it Columbia, then we should just call out Mono Village and we should call out Jamestown. I mean, we're all in the same agreement. I don't know why we have to only call out Columbia. We are all aware of Columbia and we want to, it's not going away. Whether it's in that building or CAL FIRE, air attack, we're not going to let Columbia go away.
We had 2 outstanding ones. One was, because Groveland is established, Monte Vista Village there, established. Jamestown had a lot of deferred maintenance. We talked specifically about that. Columbia is at a temporary location. So I agree. I think it is supporting all of fire. The reason those 2 is because we had specific, like right now, something needs to be done. Groveland doesn't right now have something that I'm aware of that needs to be done.
But that's the difference, Darren,
have a
is that
question.
you're trying to move, you're trying to move Columbia from where it's currently at to a long-term position.
I have a question. Are we waiting around for Holland to get back,
Nope.
or can we move on?
We can move on. Well,
Because we were having you condense what the priorities were based on what you heard from all of us. There's some confusion there. At this point, well, I feel we could just leave it the way it is and let it be in the eye of the beholder if we can't agree on what the phrasing should be.
In the case of public safety, if I was just looking at this and doing my magic math, get to 3.0, the one that begins with that, that's number 1 across for all of you. Maintain public safety staff level, that would be number 2. The OES fire education, that would be 5. And the only, question mark I have is between, the fuel reduction and the options for 56 and everything else that's there. Let's see, 7.
Well, you're right. I mean, we're putting our votes in then. Maybe I'll just say that I put it under a different impression. So how about switch mine? My number 1 is then the last one we've been talking about. My number 4 would be the first line.
And I have to agree too. I mean, in that context, if we're ranking these things that way,
Right.
you know, the last category would be my first. The only reason I had it as second was because I was kind of combining 2 and 3, which is the top and bottom. But I would make support funding number 1 for me, maintain status quo number 2, and then 3.0 staffing would be number 3, and then the rest would be the same. Because that's why this is difficult, because
It doesn't change the outcome
yeah, it
from
would-
my perspective as to what
would have
is number 1.
What's number 1?
it would have to. Yeah, it would.
Oh, it does, you're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct, I'm sorry. Okay, so in the case of, in this case, the one that starts with support funding for Central Fire Services, we would leave all of that current verbiage in there, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
If that's how the vote goes, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that particular one is going to be number 1. Number 2 is going to be maintain public safety. Number 3 is going to be the top one, get to 3.0. Number 4 is enforce the fuel reduction code. And 5 is the OES education. Okay,
Okay,
moving on.
moving on.
Okay, let's see here. So it looks to me like under community health and prosperity, number 1 would be the Jamestown sanitary.
How did you get that as number 1? I heard ATCO was number 1.
Gosh, I'm losing my mind, sorry. It must be heat exhaustion again. Okay, yes, you are correct, Supervisor Kirk. And then short-term rental good neighbor policy, I think, would be next, number 2. And then it would be South County Development, number 3. The TC Arts Reuse Store, number 4. And Jamestown Sanitary is number 5. Sorry, I did lose my mind. Any disagreements, problems? Keeping,
I don't know how the numbers are calculated, because I thought I heard Jamestown at least 3 times.
Yes, I have ATCA as 1, short-term rentals, good neighbor policy as 2, Jamestown Sanitary as 3, TC Arts as 4, and then the South County Development Plan as 5.
I think the confusion was for me because I said I needed more information on sanitary. So it's either between, for me, it's either between sanitary or Keystone.
Yeah, and me too. I only voted for 3 things on that item.
Yeah, I voted for 2.
So at least, yeah, right. So at least 2 of the items only have
yes.
2 or more votes.
3 items have 2 votes. 1, the ATCA Food Bank has 4,
Yeah.
and then short-term rentals item has 3.
Yeah, would we include you said 3 items have 2 votes?
3 items have 2 votes, so that would be the South County, Jamestown, and TC Arts.
I mean,
I hate to be bureaucratic about it, but if I'm putting in
Wouldn't
5
we drop
votes
those
for
off?
ideas and it's counted as just a vote, and others are putting in only 2 on the 2 things they like, it's just immediately putting it at disadvantage.
So
well,
I hear
Like
you
the
saying,
short-term
I just
rentals,
need,
for example.
I just
and I
need,
did ask the.
I'll
question
vote,
at the beginning.
I'll
No, I'm
vote,
not blaming you specifically.
I'll vote for numbers 3 and 4. I just, for me to prioritize them, I need to know like
Yeah.
a 30-second summary. What is the sanitary versus the Keystone Junction? Like, can somebody give me a pitch between the 2 so I can give my priority
Yeah.
in the arts store? Because
The 30 seconds on each. South County has a lot of the buildability of the Central Valley. There's been projects, data centers, manufacturing, lodging that want to go down there, but it kind of needs a centralized plan because of utilities and zoning.
Okay.
So that is a large industrial commercial jobs creation center. The Jamestown Sanitary District has some of the most extreme issues when it comes to infrastructure. It also has a lot of buildable area if we can overcome it. So it's trying to help them be able to get grants to build capacity for housing and some rate relief, probably where their rates have gone up more than double to triple.
So can I ask you a question? For Keystone to take place, do we need the sanitary stuff dealt with first?
No. Not necessarily.
Okay.
And they'll probably tie in a little
Both
bit.
are in your,
TUD does
both
serve
are,
that area.
both are in your district. Which one would you, if you had my vote, which one would you put it towards?
Well, Jamestown Sanitary.
Okay, so then I'll,
And Keystone's not.
let me pause right there. And then what's the arts store? Is that your district as well? Where's that one?
And again, I didn't vote for, I didn't even give that one because that's not a goal, right? That should not be a goal of ours, right? That's not a board goal. That's a board directive.
Yeah.
The art store, right?
But what is it? I'm sorry.
Well, it's a,
I'm talking about-
We have some large strategic priorities. We also bring up sometimes specific issues to a district. It is not the biggest issue, and I recognize that. It is also, though, something under community health and prosperity that's kind of, I mean, I would say it's as specific as the short-term rentals good neighbor policy. My district does not have that many short-term rentals.
Just what is it though? The TC Arts reuse store?
It's exactly that. It's allowing the Tuolumne County Arts to use a facility down in Jamestown, which I believe we voted no on last. I believe we voted no on that.
Didn't we
because there was
vote to put that out for like best use or some sort of
Right.
RFP? Okay, so that's already been, okay. So then, Jaren, you want sanitary. So my vote, the third vote will go to sanitary. The fourth vote for me will go to South County plan. That'll be my 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, I still have a little bit of a challenge, just doing the math on this to make sure we get this right. Supervisor Campbell, you didn't want to do any other additional voting? Okay. I will do that momentarily. Let's keep moving. I'm not calling those in any order yet. We're gonna have the same problem, I think, with all of the rest of these columns because we didn't all vote the same amount, so I guess I do have to do the math. All right.
One of the other, I know we talked on the fire one. The other one that I felt like we didn't have the clear definition on was under roads and infrastructure. You know, really there is this big one, which is putting more money into it, and I heard pretty broad agreement. The second was like, okay, but what does it go to? That was the 5-year plan, and we would, work and adopt that. At least the way that, because some picked specific road intervention measures. I didn't pick any of them, because my understanding was the 5-year plan basically is what determines, say, how much 1-inch overlay do we do. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to clarify that because we're kind of in that giving numbers to different things.
No,
you know what I mean?
I agree with that because I didn't give them a number as all the increased amounts because I agree with you is if we're going to if we're going to make our number one goal, hypothetically in this case, target funding of the money, and then our number 2 goal is increased road worker compensation. Number 3, going off of my list, would be the 5-year strategic plan. Mm-hmm. That all encompasses everything else, right? My concern is that we're getting too deep in the weeds again. My concern is that we're trying to micromanage what our goals are. Our goals as an organization should be, how are we going to do X? Sorry, I misspoke. Our goals as an organization should be, this is what we want done in our county. Staff, go make it happen.
Right.
I don't think we need to tell them to go and do X number of miles of 1-inch overlay.
Well, my recommendation would be rows 2, 3, and 5. We just assume that those are part of the 5-year strategic road maintenance. Eliminate those from this consideration, and like you said, keep it to funding for roads, road worker compensation, and 5-year plan. And then if you want there are 3 others that we could pick from the remaining 2 votes. Anyway.
You
so-
mean 2, 3, and 4, right?
No, 2, 3, rows 2, 3, and 5, because road worker compensation could go under it. It is through a different process. We would be setting a goal that we would then follow up with bargaining, not budget, right? But honestly, row 2, 3, 4, and 5 could all be under the 5-year plan.
Yeah, I was
reason
going to
do
say
that.
they all go, because it's all money, you know? And
Just zoom that all.
and what's funny is I agree, but I would say those 4 elements should be under the first column, that target funding and then target funding for these 4 purposes.
That's
But-
fine too.
Yeah, I think we're all saying the same
Yeah.
thing.
But
That's
these
the thing
are
is-
specific
I don't think
implementation.
any of us disagree. That's
I
why,
say everything under roads and infrastructure stays.
yeah, we almost,
It stays. It all stays except for the
So
yeah,
why don't,
no, no, no,
why
no.
don't, why don't we do
traffic and electricity costs. Those
Well,
are the
if
only
we have a
two.
roads and infrastructure category and we only have one goal, and the goal is give roads $2 more million, I do understand that that is the biggest thing, but then that's kind of defeats the point of having a whole category.
Okay,
Right.
but remember, these are things that all of us have thrown out there. Some of us gave, and I'll throw you under the bus a little bit here. Some of us gave a couple pages, some of us gave a lot of pages, right? So we've tried to narrow that down. Like, I don't think the 1-inch overlay should have even been on the list, because I think it muddies the water, right? So how about this? How about for roads and infrastructure, can I get a consensus that our overall goals would be, number 1, targeting funding, number 2, road worker compensation retention, and number 3, a 5-year plan.
I agree with that top 3.
Those are our top 3 goals. Go forth and conquer. Do we have any issue with that? And then, before you take your breath, I know where you're going, right? Let them come back to us with a plan.
I would just make sure to keep the dollar amount when we say target funding.
Yeah, I just didn't
The
read it
dollar
all.
amount, and then I would have the 4th one be the PG&E water infrastructure one.
Sure.
Let's say
I think that's a pipe dream, but
yeah,
No,
I tend
it's
to
just
agree.
conversation.
We've had, the water thing has come up. I kind of didn't mention it earlier because it was talked about, but the water thing has come up. It comes up every year, and we put a bunch of effort and energy into it, and then we find out we can't do anything about it because we're a county and we have a countywide water agency that it's their job. We can support and we can talk to PG&E, but we have no power really to affect anything in terms of the water rights argument. And so I feel like we keep coming back to, I would prefer dispensing with that discussion, because it seems like it keeps coming back and we never get anywhere.
all right. So, Anaya, are you good with what I propose as our top 3 goals for roads and infrastructure?
I'm good with those, and then we need to talk about the 4th, which is water.
Like, I'm fine with those as 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we should consider the other 2. So are you saying 1, 2, 3, and
So
then we'll
number
talk,
one-
or 1, 2, 3 and move on?
Well, I prefer 1, 2, 3 and move on, because I don't think we're going to get consensus on the rest, because I just don't think we're going to get there. But I'd rather start off on a position where we at least have 3.
I agree with those top 3.
All right. So,
Yeah,
all
I agree with those top 3, and I'm that's it.
right, that's 3. Let's go.
Yeah.
So we're not going to go after PG&E to harden the flume.
That's not.
That's not what it says.
Yeah.
It says
Well,
water rights.
And again, and I agree with what Supervisor
It's
Campbell
water
says.
infrastructure. Water infrastructure.
And I would throw in the electrical costs. That is an ongoing thing. We've already signed letters of interest to and had presentations. We're going to onboard in 27. So like, this is something that will take some time, and we've already committed to doing.
Something, I think it was Liz that said
It's-
earlier.
It's the road problem is way up here, and then, water rights and electricity costs are way down here. So.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying that it's not important or that we shouldn't consider it as a priority, but if I'm going to tell staff we have these things to look at, I would want them to spend the vast, vast majority of their time finding funding for roads and improving our road crew numbers, and then getting the projects done.
We share the same priority. We have the same top 3. My 4th,
So just-
not top, was the CCA. My 5th was water.
I know, but
infrastructure.
you just said top 3. Let's move on.
Just purely as like a
Yeah, you said pick our top 3 and let's go move on.
No. I said, is it top 3 and then we talk, or is it top 3 and then we move on? I was asking a
Okay,
question.
I misunderstood.
Yeah, no, I would like to have our 4th one be electrical costs and 5th one be water infrastructure.
Okay, I think it's just, I don't think that's a goal. I mean, the infrastructure, sure. We can, if you want to take number 4 and remove PG&E water rights out of that, I'm all for it. Make number 4, water infrastructure advocacy. Because by definition, we should already be doing that. We should already be contacting our upper electeds. We should already be having.
We are
those.
doing that.
I know, so why do we make it a goal if we're already doing it?
Well, the PG&E water rights is the one that.
That is not
more
ours.
important.
We can't control what PG&E does with that flume. It's their flume, and they're also grossly inhibited by.
No, I know, but you're saying water infrastructure.
Steve,
The
can
flume
I-
falls under water infrastructure. I agree with you, what you're saying. I'm saying PG&E water rights is something that we can influence to try and get, and is not under PG&E's, just
Okay.
pure management. I mean, it's-
Steve, can I just say from experience, if we had that mindset, then PG&E would have never come and done all that overwire coating with plastic. They would have never made us top priority for undergrounding. So we have to advocate with PG&E.
I'm
to get
not
things done.
disagreeing with that. I'm saying let's just leave it at water infrastructure advocacy, and we're already doing those things because water infrastructure advocacy isn't just PG&E. It's the pipes. It's all the other stuff, right? We got to make sure that we're taking care of all of those things.
we don't want to lower people's PG&E bills by 5%?
Okay. Employee excellence?
I think you're the swing vote, right?
You're killing us.
You're the swing vote. Let's move on. What do you want to do, Ryan?
What?
Well, all the rest of these, we were ranking our top
roads and
5.
I didn't think I was a swing vote. I was pretty clear. I only care about putting aside money for roads, addressing these, 4 elements underneath it or 3, and then you could put that all into the strategic plan. I think what Steve said is perfectly encapsulates that. So.
All right. Well, you got 2 others who want to do water infrastructure, so I think we should have a 4th for water infrastructure.
You want to do a 4th for water infrastructure? Fine.
That does
I'm
or
hearing
does not
no-
include PG&E.
No, the PG&E is water and power, so PG&E is relevant in both. That's
Water
probably a
rights.
confusing
Water
terminology.
rights, sorry.
Yeah.
I
Then
just don't-
I'm not
I
in
just don't
support
hear
of
a
it
lot
if
of
we're not
constituents
talking
complaining
rights.
about water rights or these other things. I hear every single constituent complain about the roads. So that's by far the most important issue of this. list.
Let's just be real. There is no water rights conversation going on right now. When it gets reactivated with TUD and PG&E, maybe at that time we, as a board, discuss if we want to at that time engage in those conversations. Because right now we're not. There's nothing to engage in. So I think right now the thing to engage in is infrastructure with PG&E. We're already doing that. We can continue to do that. Let's scratch water rights, and then if it becomes an issue, we'll bring. I'm sure one of us will bring it up, and we'll see if we want to.
Yeah, you'll have
engage
an
in that.
opportunity to add it back in
Yeah, I mean,
down the line, like 6 months from now.
'Cause that is
I just
between
don't know why we're limiting this one to 3 and voting down
We're
an
not-
ongoing project and speed limit.
We're not, well, first of all, the speed limit thing is a pipe dream, right? I mean, that's just,
Why?
because the amount of energy and time, is that really something critical that our county has to focus on
hold
right now?
Steve, I wouldn't say it's important to Jaren. I think what we need to do is just decide right here if we want to make that one of our priorities. We don't need to say it's good or not. We just, if there's a
Well, no,
majority.
what I mean by
then
that
we-
is there's a lot more to it. He listed on his slideshow like Stain Cutoff, right? Stain Cutoff's already at 35 miles an hour. How much more do you want to lower it to?
So my
4
recommend-
years ago, it was complicated. New bills made it much easier for locals to just set it, and when have a number of these have updated studies. It's really us just giving direction that we want to do a process for districts to reevaluate road
Now,
speeds.
if you
That's
want to
all.
change that to reevaluating all of our traffic surveys and our road projects, right?
No,
things
it
like-
was just reviewing speed limits around the county. I didn't write this. I wrote what was on my slide. My slide said, here's my few roads, but it could be for all
I
districts to look
gotcha.
at lowering speed limits on speed corridors. That's all. That's all that is meant to be.
So we're still stuck on 1, 2, and 3. Or, sorry, we're still stuck on 4.
I just don't know why we're not doing 5. We're doing 5 on all the others, and right now we're like,
Okay.
Were we?
I don't mean to be I thought we were.
Yeah, I
Like,
didn't think we were.
community health prosperity, I thought had 5. Public safety, I
Well,
thought we had
they
5.
Well,
ranked
again,
five, but-
we don't have to have 5. There's no hard set rule that we have to have 5 goals.
Right.
And this is something that Liz brought up earlier. She says she wants clarity. Are these 5 new?
I have a solution. Because I've done many of these board retreats.
Yeah, you guys are senior veterans.
We have to park. We should just park things that aren't getting approved. And a year from now, if we've busted out all this stuff and now we got capacity, then we look at these additional items. We just park it. So we don't put votes by it. We don't say what the majority is today. We move forward with our priorities. We park the other items. And if if we're all keeping track and we feel like we have capacity to add those other items that are on here today, then we'll do it then.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think one of the issues with these workshops is that we get into this mode where we feel if I don't get my, project or something that's important to me on this list, it's never going to happen. But I've never found that to be the case. We're very reactionary as an organization. Things come up, opportunities come up that we don't have any way of predicting right now during a workshop. And obviously I think we're nimble enough. I trust our department heads to be able to bring it forward to us so that we can take action on it if we have opportunities. Like, for example, the water infrastructure. I haven't seen a lot of change with that over the years, but who knows? This talk of TUD taking over PG&E utilities and equipment or the stuff they own. That might get reignited again, and then it happens, and then we're going to need to take more action at that time. But making it a priority to make that happen, I don't see that right now. Right. So I like the idea of the things we're getting caught up on the things we don't agree on when we already agree on a lot of these things. So I'd rather focus on the things we agree on.
I'm fine with the parking lot.
Okay.
Just to
Okay,
move on.
I've so noted the parking lot. Moving on to employee excellence.
Well, can we go back? Did we sort out community health?
We have not really.
Okay, then we'll move on.
It's a tough one. I'm still struggling with that, to be honest. Okay, so employee excellence, number one is number one because y'all voted for the same thing, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
The big one. Number two is customer service. I think. Guess I didn't do that.
Chair, I only put 2 into this one. The reason being independent audit on CDD processes seems to fit exactly under reduced regulations because that's how we identify that. And the reward out of the box thinking feels like all the things we just voted on in that first category. And then the support CDBG housing project, again, I don't know how that is employee excellence and resilience, so that seemed like it might have been miscategorized. So just to say, I know we're rating these, but those 3 seem to not really be separate things.
Okay. Yeah, so the independent audit is exactly, for me, I read that as an independent audit. It's if you were to move it, and I might have misheard you talking about moving it under the other category, then it would be in-house versus an external process.
I'd still say it's to be like an independent audit to reduce burdensome regulations. I mean, that's how, so reduce burdensome regulations is where our goal is. This would be the process.
But that may not be one of the 5 goals that we choose to move forward on.
True.
Yeah, so I agree with you. And then out of the box thinking, I mean, like I said, I put that out there because somebody brought it to me. I mean, we could easily move it under the top one. I'd be okay with that. But I don't know where we were on the.
Okay, if we just do the straight math on this, the independent audit of CDD would be number 3. Number 4 would be the out-of-the-box thinking, and I agree that should actually go into the top one. And then this CBGD housing project would be the last one.
Great.
So,
just
my suggestion is that we accept the goals as number 1, the number 1 box. Number 2 would be customer service. Number 3 would be the independent audit, and number 4 would be the housing.
I support that.
Going once, going twice, all right.
And I'm moving the rewarding up.
Yeah, just remove, or move reward under the first one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I don't really understand the independent audit part, but whatever. Let's get through it. Because, what are we auditing? I mean, there's nobody.
Process.
Well, okay, but I mean, we have to have a department head
Well,
to do that. So,
yeah, but we've got one coming,
but
right? I mean, I know they're in that.
I am going to leave that for interpretation at a later
Okay.
date.
All right, I'll shut up.
I'm not. I'm just stating that. I
All
don't
right.
think it's very clearly outlined, but we'll work it out later.
All right, and then.
Okay, so revenue generation is really hard because you've got a number of these that, I mean, none of you rated the same one as number one. So,
Well, I think
There-
top three are going to get all the attention, so.
Well, there was one other, this was the third kind of confusion in it. We have, because we made discussions about, really what we're talking is promote large project economic development. We want to review some large revenue generating projects, make a few of them as goals. I had marked here the utility solar fields, which I'm passionate about. That would be probably my top priority in this, except I thought, oh, we're going to have that in promote large project. I don't know if there's anything else that kind of fits into that, but you see what I mean?
So a lot of these things on the list are operational. They're not strategic, right? So my question to you is, if that's your number one, how would you get it done? How are you going to get that done and not impact the staff?
Develop utility fields.
Yeah, how are you going to get it done? Are you going to go out and get the people? Are you going to drive that? Are you, because you're saying this is my top priority, but we're going to hand this ball off to the staff, and I don't want the staff focused on developing a solar field if we have a bunch of other things that we want to do first.
Well, and the goal isn't solar, it's revenue, but I could.
Right, I just use solar as that example.
We have had this in our plan before. It got stalled with the admin change. The goal was modeling what Contra Costa County did, which was a utility solar and storage feasibility study, might be about $35,000. That then sets us up to know where it would make sense, and then we would send that out to companies with a solicitation to come potentially do it here. That's really the main thing, and we would ask the Central Sierra Economic Development District to support it, because that's also in our SEDS. We would be setting it as a priority and asking for some time into it. The main thing is, where would it go, and then talking to people that build these, because they are already building these. Same as if we said we should build another lodging establishment. We're not actually building the hotel and staffing it. We're saying, where would it make sense, do a little market analysis, and then pitch that to people that build hotels.
But we
Same
would-
process.
Well, so
Well, you're right, our staff would.
What's more?
It's a
well,
board
I mean,
goal for
the
staff and the
county.
organization.
What's more important to you, the solar or pay down the debt early?
They're connected.
No, we got to pay our bills.
Well, if you mean, would I rather put $35,000 into something that could invest to produce revenue over $35,000 of debt, I would put that. In terms of like, should we pay down debt? Yes. I just don't think that $35,000 is getting us very far.
Okay.
I'd rather invest $50,000 on the chance that it could bring in millions of revenue, right?
On the chance, that's my problem.
Yeah, but also hotels
No, I
and
get it,
manufacturing. I
but-
mean, we've got 5 projects I could list off right now that have expressed interest in building a 108, 120 lodge, a data center, a large manufacturing facility, a golf course resort, a racetrack project, solar, and hydrogen.
Guys,
Okay.
This really is in the weeds. Because I'm just curious, were you going to name off what the rankings were?
yeah, it's really
Okay.
complicated. And so you know what I would
Okay.
personally do with this? You've each done a different one as your number one.
That's, yeah,
And I think that those probably all deserve, irrespective of the actual ranking, they deserve a priority on this list.
well, because I had
So
my
then
number
we'd have
one
4
as-
number ones, which I said wasn't
Good.
allowed, but maybe that's okay.
Well, I had my number one as timely completion of audits, and I gave my rationale for that, but some of the number ones that my colleagues had, I also agree could be number one, so it was almost just kind of picking,
Okay.
randomly amongst 3 potential number
Well,
ones, so.
the 4 that have number one
Yeah.
ranking is pay down debt early, timely completion of audits, special sales tax for the things we've listed, and pursue sharing services.
Wait, can you read those again?
No,
I
those
didn't
are-
hear rented space.
Those are all pretty different.
Pay down debt early,
Okay.
timely completion of audits, special sales tax, pursue sharing services. That's a tongue twister.
And you're sure you didn't hear a majority for getting out rented space? I thought there was a majority.
I heard
Nobody
a
put it as
3,
number
a
one.
2, 2, and a 2.
Oh,
No
nobody
one-
put, okay, so nobody put it as number
But
one.
we all said we
Correct.
agreed.
So if you wanted to have 5, you'd have those 4 that I just listed and reduce rented space.
Can we throw in that Mike probably had as his number 1, reduce burdensome regulations?
I'm sure he did.
Fair, probably is the, yeah.
Well, let's take the easy one. Do we all agree that we want to do what we can to get out of rented service or rented buildings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so there's one of our goals.
And
Okay.
that was what I was going to say, is if that was high on the list, I would change my vote to that. So,
Okay, so are you saying that you want that to be number 1?
yes.
It's one of them, yes.
Okay,
And then my only, I was looking at my notes, my only concern about the shared services is what Roger said yesterday, is that we don't have the capacity or some ability to do that with some of the, I forget who mentioned it, was the school, maybe it was the schools or somebody?
Roger was, I believe, specifically referring to sharing IT services when I was away.
Okay, so does this include IT or just in general services like?
The proposal is asking departments to identify enterprise support services that we could then basically share within the county or with other agencies. Not meant to be we share everything. It's meant to be, let's start those conversations if it will make us more efficient. Recognize we don't have a lot of capacity. The goal of this is to create capacity or save money.
You need a surveyor, we have a surveyor kind of thing.
Exactly. And I think there are other position
Okay,
opportunities.
no,
where
I
might
just want to
look
make
at
sure,
that.
thank you for the clarification.
so I'm changing that to say, instead of pursue sharing services, identify sharing services.
Correct.
I think that's more reasonable.
Now, I didn't hear support on the board. Similarly, I would throw, if we're talking about the number 1, for me, would be behind solar. Unless we do like the shared, I just didn't hear anybody else reference that in any of the top 5, so.
There was, Ryan ranked it as a number 5 for him. All right, well,
Could,
another number 1 was pay down debt early. Do you agree that that should be a,
do we agree that paying down debt early should be in our top 5 goals?
Sure.
Looking at Ryan for a head nod, one way or the other.
Again, there's a lot in that. Yeah, sure. It depends on which debt, because there's some types of debt that
Well,
are
but
very,
again, these are goals, right?
that are very low interest, and so I
Well,
would not.
I know, but we're trying to solve their problem. So we're going to tell the staff, pay down the debt early. They're going to come to us and say, this is what we need to pay down.
Was this something staff asked for? I guess, yeah.
Well, and there's a couple similar ones like it. One is reserves. We're not at our policy. We're trying to build up. Another is the capital plan, which was asked for by staff. Paying down debt early, I don't think was asked for by staff, but of course it allows us to fund it. And so like all of those things are important. So like, do I agree we should pay down debt early?
Well-
Yes, I've recommended that before. We also should put money into reserves and we should put money into capital. All those things are great. Are they goals or are they more like budget policies? To me, that is a budget policy.
And like with many of these things, it's like, all right, we're telling the public we can't afford to keep a fire station open, but then we're going to set money aside to pay down debt that we've already taken on early before we have to. Like, that's not a very good.
Paying down debt,
Argument
though,
to-
you use with one-time money, it's not perpetuity, so.
Well, we could
That's the
also
difference.
put prepay
And-
unfunded
as
PERS
though we're
liability
never
to our
gonna have-
115s, similar.
There's never going to be a point where we won't have debt. And
Similar
so,
return.
All right,
we
well,
make smart
we'll
decisions.
come back to that. Would you, Jaren, be okay adjusting the solar, merging the solar one into promote large project economic development?
Yeah, how about promote large project economic development, including utility
Done.
energy?
I can do that.
Great.
you just want to say energy or utility energy?
Oh, no, don't start that. We just agreed.
I didn't hear it.
Solar and energy, that's fine. Solar, energy, yeah.
Okay, and we're taking off the solar fields. So,
All right, so the next one I had on my list was, what I think I heard is everyone say, completion of audits,
yes.
Yeah.
right? So do we want to make that one of our top 5 goals next year, or over the next 24 months?
I do, I just feel like it's going to be done anyway, so
Well, that-
With or without us saying make it a priority, it's happening.
And that's a good point. I mean, I would say that was something we prioritized last year.
Yeah, it's happening.
And is in process now,
Okay.
so the need to prioritize it again, I'm not sure.
To me, it's what are we asking specifically? I did have it on mine because I think it is highly important. What I was saying is we need to have more regular report outs and timelines for estimated completion, which is something we are not currently doing. We are making progress. The progress is kind of squishy. I don't know exactly where we're at.
I would
If that
just-
makes sense, I had the same concern as like, we are already doing this, so what are we actually asking?
I would
I'd say
just
I
ask-
want dates.
I would ask Donnie to just get before the board whenever you want to do during public.
How about this then? How about quarterly reports on updates of audits? Quarterly updates of audits.
Can we add with timelines for completion?
Sure.
That could be handled through staff reports, just so you know.
True.
Okay,
I think he does give us a quarterly
I'm not saying he
report.
doesn't. It's on here. I mean, it's.
He doesn't tell me, and this isn't a criticism of him, but like the TDA audit, I can't say, oh, we're catching up every 8 months, we're completing one of those, so we're 3 years away from those audits being caught up. And I don't know, maybe others have that number. I don't.
That's all I got, Karen.
But yes, Steve, I agree.
Okay, so we're adding that as a one of 5.
Are we?
And I'm saying, I'm changing it to include quarterly reports with timelines,
Right.
okay? What about the special sales tax?
I agree.
Sorry, it needs to come from the people. I think it needs to be a people's initiative, not a board initiative.
Well, but we could support it, right?
I think
Yeah.
there's a broader, when we can get out of rented spaces, when we can pay down debt, when we can do a few things in-house that need to be done, I think that needs to be done first before I support any tax initiative. We need to, my opinion, we need to do everything that we can do.
But can't we do it in conjunction?
Yeah.
I've been hearing that for
the
7 years.
The reason Measure Z failed is nobody trusts the government. If we're taking these steps to show that we're paying this down, we've just said very clearly, our goal is to pay our people. We've said very clearly that we want to fund the fire. We've said very clearly we don't have the money to do that. So if we can bring something forward from the people to the people
How
regarding.
about this? For the sake of time's sake, if you got 3 votes or a majority, you can move it forward. But the people have spoken several times.
This
So
is,
I don't think I think it needs
And
to come
again,
from
the
the
key
people.
word is special, and it's not a regular tax.
You're not going to convince me. If the people bring it forward, I won't obstruct it, but it's got to come from the people.
We had a special before, I think, the Measure Z, but I agree, I know what you're saying, Supervisor Kirk. I think all those are really important, like the reducing rented space. That could save us $1 million a year, 600,000. But where we're talking about $2 million to operate a station, multiple stations, $2 million to roads, we need a $4 to $8 million measure for some of the very basic ones that you're saying. We're hearing we want all of these things, but we don't have the money. I will say that there is some value as a board of us being united when we are making those requests. One of the strengths of Measure Z, and it did have some weaknesses for sure. One was that we all said, we've all reviewed it from our different backgrounds, different philosophies. We've already tried to do what we can to be more efficient. We believe this is necessary. Now, more steps have been taken, but I think that statement's important, that we've all put our heads into it. We're doing everything we can. This is the last resort solution. So my hope is we would be unanimous in this decision and not see it on a majority vote, because I think that puts it off on a bad front. But I would support it because I think that we need that. Did you intend fire, roads, and sheriff would be the 3? Was this public safety only? Was this roads only, fire only?
I think I have it written out here is for discussion that we make it it'll be fire, road, safety, and employee pay.
Sheriff and employee pay, not
Sheriff,
safety.
Yeah, because and again, we're being the generic. It's fire department. It's fire funding, money for roads, funding our sheriff department, and dedicated funds for employee pay.
By employee pay, do we mean all county employees?
I would think so. I think we just got to we got to come up with a way to be able to have more money in the coffer so we can authorize the raises.
I don't mean to nitpick. It's just
No,
if
no,
we
I
say
appreciate it.
special, I think it's important to clarify what we mean by that because It could be a roads measure
Well,
and
but
hit that, or,
again, you guys are
so
trying
I
to.
agree with this.
You know, it has to be very high level right now. So either we are all in favor of it or we're not. If we're not in favor of it, then it dies, and I'll bring it up another time.
You have my support.
No, if you have a majority, I'll just say this, and I'll try not to ever say it again. This board has put more money into law enforcement, fire, and roads than any other board in history, and we have lost every single tax measure. It's not a measure of, I don't believe it's a measure of trust. I think it's much broader than that. It's a national, state conversation of what they're seeing, and we could do everything under the sun, and people are burnt on taxes. So the other part, and I'm just going to say this, Steve, the employee compensation will eat up a lot of that revenue. I think we may have, if we put that even as an option, I think you'll immediately lose support just because of the psychological piece of that. When you say we're going to give this for raises, people just are going to lose it over that. If you say fire, law enforcement, roads, maybe. If you say fire, probably better chance. I think the narrower you make it and the more specific you make it, I think the better chances. And that's just my 2 cents. Because if you go down that path, I want you guys to be successful. I'm not going to obstruct it, but this is where the conversation starts. So we have to have a quick conversation about it.
It's possible that maybe this one should be put into the parking lot, which I know doesn't
Sure.
necessarily
That's-
fit in the
No,
timeline.
that's fine.
But there is a lot that goes into this one, for sure.
I don't,
I
mean, unless
disagree.
you
I
want.
think the board. I think the question before the board is: do we want to entertain doing a special tax? And if not, then we just let it go. And if we do, then we can hammer out the details later.
Okay.
But
it
if we
sounds
don't,
like it sounds like there's a majority.
but this is exactly the time to set this goal.
Haven't said a word
And
about
we're
it.
not
Oh, yeah.
determining that this passes immediately. We're simply saying the request needs to go to voters with our pitch and information, right?
right, and more importantly, we have to get it on the books now because
Right.
there's a certain timeline, as you guys know, that it's going to take to get it before the voters.
I
So-
say it's not endorsing the measure. It's saying that we
Right.
need to put it before voters and allow them to vote on it, which is different.
So,
Supervisor Campbell.
yes, so the role of the Board of Supervisors in placing special or specific ballot measures on the ballot for voters is clearly outlined by the legislature. Okay, so if we're talking about doing that, so what we've done in the past is we have tried a sales tax that failed, we have tried a property tax that failed, and we tried a sales tax again that failed. All of those were through that process that was outlined by the legislature. I do not feel that following that same process would be successful. I do think that the mode forward, and I know that there are people in the community that are interested in a citizen-backed initiative, we can all support that and
100%.
advocate for it independently. What I read this as a priority is that we are going to go down that path of having a county-sponsored ballot measure. I'm not in favor of that because it just hasn't been successful.
Okay.
We have tried all of the permutations of what we can do within the bounds of the law as a county to get a successful ballot measure, and none of them have worked. Now, there are other options out there, but I don't think that they sit with the county.
Okay.
And, if there was a group that was interested in a citizen initiative, I would absolutely be supportive of that, but I want to see it succeed. And that's really what it's about.
I agree with you.
It's not that I don't think we need it or that I don't think it's the right thing to do. It's that the tactics that the county has taken and is able to take through the bounds of the law are really limited, and we're just crashing into the same wall over and over again.
Okay. Then for this conversation, I will withdraw it.
All right, so we're done?
You want to pick a new number one?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, so we're taking that one off in terms of it's not going to be one of the top 5. Did we decide on identify sharing services? Yes or no?
I think it's a good idea, but I'm not going to go to the mat on it. We either kind of are open to and want to do it. It's been lukewarm received before. So for me, it is a priority I think we should pursue. If there's no support, I'll just move on.
Well, we could make it number 5 if you want.
Hey, you can make it number 5.
Cool.
And I do not have numbers other than one. And the other thing is I have three number ones. I don't know what we decided to do on promoting large project economic development, including solar. Did we say, yes, that's one, that should be something on here?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
The one on here, we did have somewhat consensus, which I know we didn't bring up as our number one because I think it's a smaller, but the grant management, either the policies or the staffing. Maybe that's something that
That was
Roger and the CAO makes sense and we don't need to really make it a goal.
It was something several department heads, members of the public,
Yeah.
each of us, I mean, it's one of the most universal things that was brought up was something related to grants. We might not agree on the specifics of that, but that's not the goal right now. It's just saying that that is a priority, I think.
Should
and
I
then not
make
going
that
any
a
further.
number 4?
Yeah. I mean, I think that the gist of it is, as it was stated earlier, is that we can go hire someone to go get all the grants, but they have to execute it. So I think if we, maybe a good starting point, as I wrote down, was the board's goal of developing a policy to address our grant writing structure within our county.
Okay. So we have 3 number ones. And if you want to leave it as 3 number ones, I'm okay with that, but
No, I would put them in order that we discussed them. Because it was rented space, number 1.
okay.
What was it? The funding sources was number 2, and then the grants is number 3. Or was
I
it the
thought it
audits? Was it the audits?
I thought it was rented facilities, projects, audits.
And then grants.
Grants.
Yeah. So rented space, number 1, projects, number 2, audits, number 3, and then.
Where is projects?
Shared
I'm not
services,
even
5,
on
grants
the same.
for-
Yeah, the
Projects.
combination
Okay.
of the
Gotcha. I've got you.
solar, large project, economic development.
Okay. What was number 3 then?
Promote large projects and economic development.
I thought that was
including-
2.
Well,
Oh,
either
that's
way,
supposed to
we
be
have
about-
it on there.
I'm not gonna.
I don't think
fret.
they have, I don't think they need to be, we're not
placement.
saying that these are the ones that we're going for in order.
Yeah.
Let's just get our top 5 and say, go forth and conquer.
I think we have the top 5.
Okay.
And I'm just going to put numbers on them because, so here's what I put. Rented space is number 1. Large project economic development with solar is number 2. Time to completion of audits is number 3. Grant management and grant writing process or policy, number 4. And sharing services, number 5.
That's what I said.
Okay?
Yeah, no, debts is missing. I thought we agreed that audits was already happening.
So I should
What?
just swap those out?
Well, the
So-
same as we could have 2, we've kind of settled on 5. This is kind of a big category. I mean, I'd be fine with adding on debt on there, for example. I know Mike in particular and I share wanting to see also the CDD building planning in particular, you know. So I don't know
sorry.
that this one has to be limited to 5. Supervisor Kirk, I would be fine supporting that on there as a 6th and 7th.
I mean, I was taking notes. I heard rented space, debts, for sure were the top 2. I don't know how solar got thrown as a third one. I didn't.
No, it's not a third one. Including solar energy was added to promote large project economic development.
So is there 3 for that?
We merged
Okay,
that.
so I'm okay. I thought we decided to cross out audits because that's already happening. It's
Yeah, you're right.
so we
Correct.
crossed out audits. And then there was the grant thing. So that's the 3rd. I got debts, rented space, grants. And then what was the 4th and 5th? Oh, I'm sorry, solar. You guys decided on solar. There was a 3rd vote for solar or something in there. I didn't agree with that one, but that's out. So what was the 5th one then?
We had shared services.
That was majority, shared services?
I could care less.
Okay. Well,
So you wanted to replace the audits at 3 with debt repayment early debt repayment.
Yeah, rented space, debt,
I'm fine with
grant,
that.
solar, and then I'm just trying to figure out what the fifth one is.
Sharing services, I think.
Sharing services, it sounds like. All right, and then we'll park the rest of the other ones.
Okay.
Okay, I am still ever so slightly confused because I have 6, I think.
Did you see that we removed audits?
Just taking audits out altogether.
Do you want me to say them again? Would that help?
Yes.
We had get out of rented spaces, debts,
Okay,
the grant idea, grant writing process.
Yep.
And then we had solar, somebody had solar,
that's EDD.
and then we had shared services.
Got it, okay. All right, I have those. And then the only other category that we really just haven't, is community health and prosperity. Looks very jammed up, and they are all nearly equal. So we need to come up with an idea of how you want to rank these, if you want to do all 5 or 3 of them.
I recommend we had on the thing was the ABC, right, with it. So I know, for example, the arts reuse store is one we're talking about. I'm fine if we're not going to have that on there. To me, that was, I believe, 5C on that category, recognizing it is a good idea, but not a we have big consequences thing. So, you know.
But therein lies exactly my point, is that these are ideas, not goals, right? We're trying to give goals, that's not a goal, right? I agree with you. I say we pull that off. I think in this category, we've got 2, short-term rentals and protect ACA, right?
I'm not really that in support of the short-term rentals. I thought we were just ranking 5.
Well, okay, but I mean, that's my number 1, so I put that down as short-term rental and good neighbor policy, because it is a different world after COVID. We have a lot of complaints we're getting about noise complaints and traffic complaints and impact upon our resources and a bunch of stuff. So maybe we can come up with a rental policy. And then I say we protect ATCA, and then the other 2, well, minus the arts, the other 2, the South County Development Plan, we'll let that come forward as is. And I don't even know if Jamestown Sanitary wants to co-partner with us. So I don't know if we should make that a goal, because there's no dialogue. Oh, look at that. Oh, real good.
I can at least confirm they are interested. We had the REAP 2.0 from the conversations just last year where we were talking about how we could partner on grants, and they are still interested, just as they were.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not an MOU, but.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
So do we have, you came in at an awkward time.
Yeah, we're all done.
Yeah. So do I have 3 thumbs now for developing a short-term rental policy? Yes. In favor of? Okay. Do I have 3 thumbs for the art reuse? The arts reuse. That's the one, there's a building, what building in Jamestown?
It's getting Tuolumne County, it'd be the community, Tuolumne County Arts to a permanent headquarters so they can be self-sustaining.
Okay.
They got a Sierra Jobs First grant, which we helped and supported with a letter. That grant is to open the store, so then this is us helping them to achieve the terms of the grant by opening it up. That is the specific place I think makes sense. Truth be told, it's getting them a place to do
Facility.
that.
Okay, it
Right.
wasn't Jamestown specific.
That's what I would, I mean, yeah, that's just a preference.
Oh, okay, I
It could
misunderstood.
be another building that we have somewhere.
All right.
So I think you had 2 thumbs.
Okay, all right. So then the next one, going from the bottom up, is relief for Jamestown Sanitary. Do we have 3 votes to put that on our list to assist or get into conversations and co-partner with Jamestown Sanitary? I'm okay with that.
I thought there was 3, yeah.
Is that like a letter of support type thing? Is that what we're talking about?
Apply for grants, help with an alternative payment thing for the impact fees. I mean, it's basically helping them to solve the mess that they're in. It's not us writing them a check, but it's helping to try and get money to them, whatever that means.
Okay, I mean, is it something like what we did for TUD where we're supportive of it, that type of thing? Or, I guess,
Yeah. and-
sorry if I'm playing catch-up.
No, well, we didn't. The only difference is, if you don't know, so JSD is a much smaller district, as you know.
Yeah.
They have really two staff, one's an engineer, one's operations.
Yeah.
So unlike TUD, where we're kind of collaborating as a partner agency, with JSD, I think it would be us helping to actually fix some of the issues, get funding for some of the projects there, talk about payment structures. It's not taking responsibility for it, but it is like actively trying to partner with them. Because that, I think, in county goals is kind of the weakest link right now for all utilities and housing development.
All right. That kind of sounds like we're going to maybe want to flesh that out a little bit more and park it and come back. That sounds like there's a lot more to that.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just supporting them by letters and a little bit of stuff, that's one thing, but I don't know about.
I mean, the request was a strategic partnership with them to address issues.
I mean, it seems
Yeah,
like-
exactly what we do on it isn't outlined yet, because that would come from us
It
doing
seems
that.
like more TUD, we should encourage TUD to partner with them. I mean, they're kind of already in the toilet world, not so much us.
Okay, I heard parking lot, that's where it's
All
going.
right, well, we'll go ahead and park that for now. Do we all agree to support ATCA?
ATCA?
You
Yeah,
got
which I
more
think we've
than
done
three.
that already.
All right, so that's, so, and then the last is, do we all agree to a South County see, the problem I have here is it's too nebulous. Who are we getting in this development plan with? Who is it that so might I recommend to my colleagues that our top two goals for this category is develop a short-term rental, good neighbor policy, and protect ATCA. The rest we can park and come back. A lot's happened since you've been gone.
So, okay,
No, just, I mean, so basically before the board, my recommendation is that our top two goals for the community and health prosperity category is, item number one would be short-term rental, develop a short-term rental, good neighbor policy, and then for sure protect the ATCA food bank. And then the other three, we park and come back to you as we move through the years.
yeah, we're trying to get two things.
Yeah,
Are you calling the ATCA one number two?
yes.
Okay.
Or
All
turn
right.
it on.
So I think we now have top rankings for all of the five.
Okay,
Is there rankings for this one?
yeah, I'll tell you later. Do we want to take a little bio break or a coffee break, as it was suggested earlier? A moment ago, I should say. And then that way we can kind of maybe print this up and
Yeah,
then
are we moving on to,
lunch?
No,
Yeah,
I'm changing it. Supervisor Campbell,
well, we were going to have staff weigh in on,
yes, the
and
next
then-
thing would be
and then public
for them
comment.
to weigh in and then public comment.
okay, and then,
I have some recommended next steps and,
Okay.
and any feedback that you care to give on the entire workshop.
alrighty.
That if we're taking a break, Supervisor Kirk had a good idea, which was, could we project it? I know that notes are being handwritten to kind of be nimble, but is
we
it
can't.
possible to have that written and presented?
We can't turn the TVs on with the,
Oh.
They were blowing
they're
breakers
Papa
earlier.
breakers.
Well, we can't turn them on. It's going
Are electricals a problem now too in this
I
building?
don't know. No comment.
All right.
All right, so we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll see you at 2. All right, so in front of us is the trimmed down, our results from our discussion. So I'll bring it to the board real quick to see if there's anything that we need to discuss real quick on this. All right, I'm going to read quicker. I'm going to give you comments in a second. What? I know, I'll work on it. So while Supervisor Kirk is reading, I'll let Supervisor Holland address. For the record, he would have been here for this, but I moved lunch up early, so I'm going to give him a little grace on this.
Yes. Okay, so what do you want right now? You just want,
No, so this is what we've hashed out. This has been what reduced of the list before you left, was that, the big long one. And now this is what the collective board here has decided that we wish to make our goals and objectives for the next year.
Okay.
I know I'm putting you on the spot, I apologize.
Am I making comments on all these, or I guess I'm asking what you.
Yeah, I mean, if you wish to give comments, I mean, like I said, we tried to incorporate a lot of the things you've told us in the past, so, but I don't want to speak for you.
So why do we have 56 back on here? Because I thought we've made this decision. So it seems like we make decisions, then we make another decision on top of a decision. I'm a little confused about that, why we're not making decisions and staying with them. On the public safety one. Can I ask what the support the CBGD housing project is? Is it an actual housing project, or is it something else, or it's just a name? Darren, you know?
The one it's referencing would be on the Caltrans property up in East Sonora with the Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority, to my knowledge.
The one we approved already?
Approved a while back, and I think continuing to support it.
What does support look like for that if we just approved the project?
It's a good question.
Oh,
Is
who
this-
had it on here?
I think this is a little unclear. If it was on mine, maybe it was adapted from one. Let me see.
Because my understanding is that this was on there because it was something new to be brought forward, not something that we had already voted on.
There was, we had two projects. One was with the hospital, one was SRHA. The hospital one effectively collapsed. We're still kind of holding the bag of anything happening there. The other one, because of inflation, tariffs, a number of things, federal funding cuts, yes, it was approved, but that was before inflation, tariffs, and a lot of the federal funding cuts. So I think that might be, I'm not sure that this was from one of mine, though.
Okay. I mean, I guess I feel like we've already done our part there. Like, we approved the zoning, we did that part, we had the vote. After that, it's
Yeah,
kind of
this
out of our hands.
wasn't one of mine. I'm just going off. Where did that come from?
If it's not on there, let's just get rid of it.
I'm just double checking, but
I'm
I
not
don't.
sure I can tell you the answer quickly.
Unless we're just trying to count it as a win for no reason, then great, but.
Yeah, I don't know who recommended it.
Sorry, I just did a quick search, find, for the presentation. Under your slide for Protect the Atka Food Bank, Community Health and Prosperity, CDBG is listed there, so maybe there's a small confusion on the context.
That's why. Okay. Yeah. Well, that was background of it using CDBG service funds to operate, not a CDBG housing. Okay. So that's where that was just then a miscommunication. So probably that would be eliminated.
All right,
Okay,
so,
we can get rid of that then.
so unless there's any objections, we're going to eliminate number
That's funny. We all
four.
thought it was somebody else's project.
Number four of the, all right,
Fair
so item number 4 of employee excellence has been eliminated. Mike, anything else?
Mike, did you want to speak to did you want us to speak to 56, or was that just a comment?
Well, I can, hold on. I was just kind of, again, I apologize, I'm playing catch up, So, I mean, unless we're going to talk and Nathan, cover your ears here for a second back there. Unless we're talking about 56 alternative funding, because we already know we can't afford that station under the CAL FIRE contract, unless there's an alternative, cheaper method, and I have not been presented anything or seen anything that shows that. I don't know why we're talking about this again. So, I mean, if we have that option, then that's something different to talk about. But what I know is we do not have the money for the $2.1 million for another year. And again, that's one-time funny, again, violating our own board policy. So I just don't see why we keep putting stuff on here that we've already done and then we're taking another bite of the apple again. So I guess that's all my comments on that. And kind of the food bank, I thought we kind of covered the food bank already. Because aren't we on?
So the food bank was, yes, we've approved $300,000 to give to them, but we're making it a goal of this board to continue to support them as a primary, you know. It's to show them that this board is behind them in case, like Supervisor Holland or Brandon said, should funds dry up or things like that. We
Not
want
to be sassy, but I would highly recommend reading the board memo on any of these that I wrote up, because that's
Well, no,
exactly,
I mean-
we are supporting it with the CDBG, but it explains, as we heard, that there's going to be 2 years
Yeah, it
where that
expires.
funding isn't available and the reserves are already depleted from the audit situation. So there's a 2-year gap where like it may be substantially at risk.
No, I'm all for helping the food bank, but are we talking about we're going to dedicate funds that, or we're going to try to look for other things for them? I guess that's what I'm asking, because I know that's what we did through CBG. It was like, hey, look, we get the grant, we're going to give you the grant money. I believe Debbie Reagan got them 180-some
Right, yeah.
thousand,
Yeah.
maybe the other way. So just some stuff like that.
In my understanding, that is the pitch I have. It's maintain continued funding and support for the Attica Food Bank, which would be the CDBG, identify alternative sources of revenue or cost savings, ensure resiliency to withstand the 27, 28 cuts, CDBG minimizing service reduction. So the answer would be protect this, figure it out.
Okay, but we're not pulling out general fund to fund this.
No.
I'm not recommending general
No,
fund.
not at all.
Okay, just want to clarify. I'm good with that then.
Anything else?
No, I guess that's it for right now.
Okay. All right. Seeing none, no further conversation on 56 or the other topics that he brought up. So,
Well, on again, this is my last plug. Do we want to just throw MSA under public safety, since we know we're doing it, but it continues to just tout the message that it's a priority? I think we all agree it's something we're doing, so I'm not looking to add a million other things, just keep bringing that up.
What's the action that you want to have happen with it?
I just think it's important that the community and staff know that that's a priority of our board. So the action would just be maintain MSA.
So they don't have
Working.
to take any, they don't have to create a plan to do
No,
anything
they're
other
doing
than
it.
what they're
They're
already
always
doing.
doing it, yeah.
I
But it's a big deal.
I would suggest that that's reason enough not to have it on here.
Okay.
It's not that you're not doing it.
Right.
I understand, and it's not that it's not a priority.
Well, I'm
But
asking
you're-
the board if you guys want to put it on there. I know there's a lot of things that could fall into the bucket. We're doing it, but $95 million, we're leading the nation in the work that we're doing. I think it's important to call it out.
yeah, well, I'm not doubting that we should call it out, and I think I'm going to read your mind here is where is this going. So I'm with Ms. Hopkins. I say we leave it off the document, but we just advertise it accordingly. Okay. Did you wish to have, I know we kind of spoke and we're a little bit off track here. Did you want to have staff and then
Yes.
public comment?
Yes.
All right.
I want to invite the staff informally as they wish, now that we have a completed list here, to give any comments that they would like to give.
I'm sorry, before he speaks, can we just make sure on this, if this is the final list, can you add the parked items somewhere? Just so we don't lose those. We spent a lot of time discussing them.
We have them, and we will do that in the final
Yeah.
document.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much again for the time and energy and effort that's gone into this process. It's still warm in here, so I'll make this quick. I'm just looking specifically at the public safety and kind of reflecting on all of the items laterally across this spreadsheet here. And I'm looking specifically at the number 1 that's been identified for public safety up to this point, supporting funding for Central Fire Services, Get to 3.0 fire staff, Columbia long-term options for Station 56, stabilize existing fire infrastructure. And then I see number 2 listed below that as maintain public safety staff level from 26-27 and program sustainability. Now, because the language matters as we look at this chart, obviously that causes me some concern that in order to achieve goal number 1, that you might sacrifice something from goal number 2, 3, 4, or 5. And I just want to know if that's the board's intention, then let's get that clarity so that way I know what to oppose or what to support. My concerns come from past budget experiences and where fund balance and other things have gone from different departments to fund other departments. And so if that's the board's intention, I would just like some clarity on that. Otherwise, it would seem that fire falls within the public safety will. If we've had great length discussion, that should be what's listed as item 2 should really be item number 1. And everything below that would be building on over and above what's already existing to maintain. So I would just offer that for consideration, since there are 2 items that almost read exactly the same, 1 and 3. So that way we just know exactly what we're dealing with. Otherwise, I don't know if I'm oppositional or supportive of this endeavor at this time. I would also call some attention to employee excellence and resilience. That area I think is spot on. It's indicative of what you've heard all of your leaders come up here and speak to. And as I look to increasing those staffing and trying to retain and recruit staff at the highest level possible, given compensation, I think that there's other areas in road infrastructure as well that kind of where we're looking at increasing road worker compensation for retention. I think those fit very closely and aligned, and that perhaps if we're looking at target funding between $2 to $3.5 million for road and staff materials, and I'm not speaking for everybody, this is just how I'm looking at this whole chart, is that perhaps maybe that's number one, so that way the listed number one now can actually be sustainable with those people who you're retaining and recruiting to carry out that $2 to $3.5 million worth of work. So those are the only ones that really jumped out at me. I think this has been an extremely thoughtful process. Those things that affect staff, those seem to resonate with me, that without one, you're not going to get the other in any capacity. So I just offer that as an observation and would look to your board to adding clarification in those areas, or in fact, maybe reorganizing them so they read clearly to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other staff? Okay, we'll do public comment. Are you okay with that? Or did we want to address? Because I have a comment, I could respond to the sheriff.
I think you should respond.
So, Sheriff, my understanding is that, or the way I look at this is that these are the 5 goals. Not one is more important than the other, or vice versa. Your position on number 2 in public safety, as it rang a bell, I appreciate you saying that, and I agree, is that maybe we as a board, the last step after we hear from public comment is that we decide if we need to dedicate one of the 5 public safety as our top goal. I know that might be a little bit difficult. We might be opening a can of worms there, but I think what you said is true. Is good is that if we want to make sure that we're doing one that we're not taking from Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, I think that's just some clarity, because as I look at it, and if I was to make a list of priorities, if my number 1 priority is listed as number 1, then that might be that you have to sacrifice other areas from 2, 3, 4, and 5. But that's just how I process in my list of priorities. And I think by issuing a numerical value such as 1 through 5, that is the general intent of a priority list. And we would have to just accept that if that's the board's will, but it would sway whether or not support or not.
And maybe the best thing to do is after this conversation, we remove the numbers. So the public knows that these aren't priority number 1 is support funding, that these are all in conjunction. We're working together for this, and to be cognizant of that. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think that would be extremely clear.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Public comment. You have 3 minutes. You've heard the spiel. At 1 minute, it'll beep. You can talk about anything on this topic.
Damn. The status quo of the budget right now, if you leave it as is, that'll be an increase of over $5 million a year. And unless you plan on putting $5 million into the general fund every year, we might have a little bit of an issue. As far as Station 56, you guys need to figure out what is going on with that. You currently have employees staffed on Engine 561 that are being transferred to other departments, and you're ruining families and friendships. So you need to look into that. The Jamestown Fire Station, they need a generator out there. It's a priority. Get on that, please. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? You don't have to. I just looked at you.
But you see, you're down to this, and now you're asking me to comment.
I'm sorry?
I said, you're down to this, and now you're asking me to comment. I may have had comments earlier along the way. So, what do you want me to say now? Is kind of where I'm at. I was getting kind of tired of listening to what I perceived as bickering, and you're trying to talk over each other. So I'd appreciate a little bit more courtesy when you're having your discussions like this. And I would have liked to have heard how Mr. Holland would have ranked things, considering he's my elected supervisor, because he did come in before you finished. So I don't like the fact that you denied him that opportunity. I didn't think that was fair. And I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Okay, seeing no further comment, I would like to ask the board to remove all of the numericals from each item. So we're not saying that item number one is item number one, priority number one. We're just saying that under public safety, our top 5 goals are these items listed.
I think we've done that in the past. That is usually where we end up for the purposes of weeding things out. We will prioritize, but I think in the end, we usually end up doing that.
Okay. So seeing no objections, when we post these, there'll be no numerical values. All right. Madam Facilitator, what else you got? Oh, hold on a second. Jaren?
Just going to say, since we don't have these ranked, we've already gone through that process to figure it out. Sheriff did bring it up. I think it's a good point. It will look a little silly under public safety, our number 1 and then our number 3 there, and I'm just using the numbers for rows. I would recommend we simply merge those, since these are all equal priorities. Those two say similar things. I know I don't want to rehash that, but now we're not talking about whether it's in or not. They're both in. If we print that into a strategic plan, it's going to look odd.
Supervisor Hong? This is kind of what you were referring to earlier.
Yeah.
I would say the third row could be eliminated. I think that is covered in everything in the top. The 3O staffing, fire station infrastructure, funding essential fire services.
Yeah, I think a bunch of that's, redundant in there. Yeah, we could get rid of. We can get rid of, you talking about line 3, Jaren?
Line 3 under public safety, yeah. The other one has a little bit more detail. There is nothing covered in line 3 that is not covered in line 1.
And I kind of feel like 3 needs to go, and maybe line 2 needs to be what gets printed first, because that's kind of the overarching.
We just agreed they're not ordered.
What's that?
We just agreed they're not ordered.
Oh, okay. Well, you know how people read things.
So, Chair, that would be my recommendation, is we just eliminate row 3.
So why do we have 56 in here when we made this decision? Unless someone's going to bring an alternative to what we've already decided on, I don't know why we have this on here. Same thing, didn't we just make a decision on the Pereira House situation already last week?
So Mike, do you mind if I speak to the 56 thing?
Yeah.
Yes, our board made that decision, but I know I've committed to looking into potentially other options. I know the medical fee for services potentially coming before our board. There's no crystal ball, but I'm going to continue to look into that. There's impacts to my district with Twin Heart CSD. So, yes, we're closing it, but if something between now and July or after July, if there's something that surfaces that we could potentially come up with the funding to do it, I think we need to, whether or not it's a priority, I'm going to continue to do it, but I think there's enough support to say that we want to keep looking into sources for that.
Okay.
So.
And on Columbia, we didn't make a decision on the Pereira House. We did not have a shovel-ready grant for the Pereira House specifically. We've had comments, but we've never had an item to direct. I think the ultimate thing is Columbia long-term options, basically, for that station, but that we are choosing a long-term option to have a station.
Gotcha.
I just say I've talked a lot with Roger on this. I don't believe there was any clear direction moving from what was the status quo, which is
so you just want to keep the conversation alive, is what you're saying for right now?
that we're committing for within the next 2 years to pursue a long-term permanent station for what is currently a paid-for temporary station.
Okay, I'm fine with having that conversation down the road at some point about what we can do. So that's fine.
So with that being said, I think there's a motion on the floor, if you will, that to remove line item 1, 2, 3 under public safety, since it's already part of number 1.
Correct.
All right. And then for the public, I agree. Mike, I suggest that we print that item number 2 is going to be on the top of that list.
Because that's how we'll get read.
Yeah.
I think if we're saying there's no order and then we make an order decision, we're being very unclear.
Well, there's no numerical order, but we're going to put that because, like you said, that's how they're going to read it.
All right, I'm just worried about us going backward if we start.
No, I mean, you can say no. So
Doing
if there's
that.
nothing,
Well,
I got notes here. That's what people talk
I
about.
mean, does anybody have any, foundational issues with what we have here? Because I don't. I don't know. I would leave the details up to our
All right.
facilitator and staff, but.
Okay, so the 4 changes I have is 1, removing line number 3 from public safety. Change number 2 is removing all numericals from all of the goals. Actually, I only have 3, sorry. And item number 3 is removing support CBGD housing project from employee excellence.
We also had direction to add the parking lot items list. Is that something your board would like us to do?
I didn't catch that. Add what?
Add the parking lot items to the final document?
Oh, yeah. Not Pinecrest parking.
Not to the final, but
No.
a document with.
Yeah, I think the question was, the statement was, is that we don't want to lose
Yeah.
the items that we hadn't moved forward on. So if we could just have that as a supplementary document.
So my
As a
recommendation is when we
separate-
post it, my recommendation is when we post it on the website, as these are priorities, that there's also another link for parked items. Otherwise, it'll get lost.
Okay.
Yeah. However you want to do that. Just
Sorry,
make sure we can access
included
it.
in the document or a secondary document?
Secondary.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, where are we? I guess that's facilitator's recommendation for next steps.
Okay,
All right.
I have some.
Hey, hit us.
All right. One thing that I would like to see done is this chart be put back into something like the stoplight format that we started off with at the very beginning of this, so that as staff is working on developing plans, they can put a red, yellow, green for what the status is. And there's a couple of other things, like I would really like to suggest that we put dates on them. That may be a staff action that they propose to the board the next time you see it. And also who the leads are. Who's responsible for getting each one of these items, the ball across the goal line, right? So to that end, I would like to recommend that there be a monthly, what I'm calling broad public communication of the strategic plan starting in May. So hopefully that gives Heather some time to, get into that format. May give the staff, may or may not give the staff enough time to develop plans. So May is the nebulous part of this. But I think that if you want the public to regain their trust in you, you have to be open and transparent. And the other thing is that it keeps this in your mind, at the front of your mind, and also the public's mind. So, and the staff's mind. I mean, it's everyone, right? So that's the reason for it. And when I talk about broad public communication, I'm talking about things like my mother load, social media, Facebook, town halls, like I'm sure all of you have town halls from time to time. You would include this slide as part of your discussion. I think you may also, and I'm going to suggest from time to time, will actually have it on a Board of Supervisors agenda. In terms of who does some of these communications and how often, I'm making a suggestion for how often, but I suspect, Heather being the board clerk is probably a good idea for her to be responsible for getting these things out there on a regular basis, and that just becomes part of her mode of operation. So, any questions about that? Otherwise, I'm moving on to the next one. Okay.
Hold on. You have a question?
I do. Just one. This is just a language check. I think it's incredibly important that we are building trust and prioritizing that. We'll say, and I keep hearing it referred to as, have lost all the trust, there is no trust, all of that. I would not be here if I was not an elected official with the trust of my district, not marginally. I just think we need to be more respectful of that, including all the work that's happened in the past from departments, from the board, the progress we've made. To say that all of that, there was no trust and we're starting at zero, to me, actually works against our goal, which is saying we've made progress. Now we need to do a better job of communicating what we're doing next. This isn't just to you. This has been frequent, but it's not like it just began as soon as somebody engaged in this process in a new role. This is a continuum, and it always is a continuum. That's all.
Yeah, no disrespect intended. And unfortunately, those are some words that I had heard. And so, but I agree with you. It is a continuum. And to me, the bottom line is all transparency does nothing but just gain points for you guys and our community. Okay. Once you have the new document, I guess Roger would be the one to direct staff, or maybe the board does, I don't know how that works, but direct staff to develop some detailed action plans, including timing, and they would eventually be reporting progress against those plans. I would suggest that they report quarterly to the board, and I would also suggest that they start in July. That July date is up to you, but I think they would have 3 months or so to get plans started. They may not be fully, they wouldn't be completed, but the draft of the plans could be presented to you in July. And you could see that progress is being made at least toward the plan, not necessarily the action of the plan, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm calling the quarterly review. The other thing that, staff might want to be talking to you about is anything that they've accomplished. That would be wonderful to hear. And also any roadblocks that they're coming up against. And they may have a request to you for action and assistance in that area. I would also suggest that you have a semi-annual meeting every 6 months to review this entire strategic plan and list. And that would be the opportunity to discuss possible additions or eliminations. And so the next time you would do that would be in October. If I'm just starting from today. That gives you an opportunity to look back at some of those parked items, to account for any new things that have come up that might need to be added, and it allows you to have a conversation or a debate about all of these things. And lastly, I understand that there was a process at one point in time for the Board of Supervisors to bring new projects to the strategic plan. For whatever reason, that has, from what I've been told, stopped. I would suggest that you either reinstate it or create a new one so that it's clear, because what you don't want to do is give this pretty clear view of what you'd like the staff to do to them, but then on a regular basis be suggesting new and the next 100 things that they should be doing. And so I'm just looking for a way to reduce their burden and give them the ability to be clear about what they're doing. So take that for what it's worth. And I will get you a copy of this slide. We didn't do that because we're not projecting, but comments?
So I want to address the last thing you said here. Policy. So we already have a policy. I like to remind my board members, we already have a policy that unless the board as a whole takes an action, we're not to go to staff to start working on separate projects. So if you hear that, you need to say no, right? Make sure that we are not overloading you or doing things. If it's a little something like, hey, can you tell me how much the ambulance fund might be? that's great. But if it's a full dive in, we want to, you feel free to go through your chain of command and push back. Because I think we get a lot of great ideas and we forget that we keep piling on. So that's my 2 cents there. And I really want the board to answer this question. It's something that Liz brought up is, are we abandoning all of the old goals? Are these the new ones and we're moving forward? Because I think that's important for the staff to know that we're back to basics. This is our new marching orders. This is what we're doing. Go forth.
Well, we probably should have gone through that at the very beginning of this whole exercise, which I wrote a paper recommending that, but it's water under the bridge. So, yeah, a lot of these I'm sure already fit into the buckets that we're already doing things on. But for time's sake, I think we should almost put it on the agenda to just have a discussion at a future board meeting to go through maybe that list and just see if there are a few things that we may have missed from today's conversation that, oh yeah, we forgot, finish that off, kind of get a quick update.
So maybe we split that one. How about we ask Roger to go through the list, marry it to the list that we just produced.
Yeah.
If there's anything that pops out, bring it to us.
Sure.
Otherwise, he's got the green light to move forward.
Sure.
Does that sound? Okay, I got a bunch of head nods. Unless someone's falling asleep. Not yet? All right. What else we got? I'll just go down the road, and is this our last item?
I was going to ask you all for feedback, and maybe even the
Oh.
staff has feedback.
That's what I was saying, from now until 4 o'clock, we have feedback time, so we can stay here if you wish. So with that being said, feedback from the board?
I just have one thing that I just wanted to kind of go into. Like a lot of the workshops we've done in the past have been off-site in kind of a more, intimate setting where we're around a table. And that's why I think it looks like we're kind of going through the minutia, but that is pretty much what these look like. And so it's not necessarily bickering or arguing. We're going through the details and we're advocating strongly for our districts and for the interests of the constituents that we serve. And so it's just happening on the dais where I think people tend to expect us to vote, make decisions, but that's not really what this was about. It's more about finding a direction. So if people feel like it's, just talking in circles and coming up with a list, we have to do that at some point. Otherwise, we're all going to be pulling in different directions. And so, anyway, all of that to say, that is why this usually is done off-site and why there's not usually as much public engagement, because it's not very interesting.
Right.
This is like the sausage making part of it. And this is typically what it looks like, is we talk about whether things should be ranked first or second or third, or whether they should have bullet points or what the font should look like. Those kind of discussions do happen during these types of things. So I felt that this was productive. I'm grateful to our facilitator and to our colleagues. And again, as I said yesterday, really the biggest value I always get from workshops is hearing from our department heads and by extension the staff that they represent and that they work with. I think I'm always reminded how important our job is to support them. So that's just how I have my thoughts about it, and just observations on how it might look from a person watching this.
No, I fully agree. We've heard it before that, the bickering or complaining, but this is where we fight it out, right? That's the whole point, right? We're fighting for our constituents, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. We're all fighting for the last piece of cake, if you will, at the dinner table. We want to get our slice. So, Supervisor Kirk, any comments?
No,
Perfect.
No.
All right.
Thank you all.
All right. Supervisor Brandon.
All right, thank you. I wanted to echo that this process is meant to be deliberative, and looking at it, we can't just convene as 5 or 3, and then this is just us presenting a well thought out plan. This is being in the board meeting where we are hashing out all the details and conversations and the word choice and structure. So I appreciate the same to our facilitator and staff who've hung in with us, and to all the facilities workers who are helping to stop us all from being slow roasted in this giant crock pot.
Thanks for reminding. Yes.
Yeah, appreciate. I know that they put up a lot of stuff last night, deployed a lot of air coolers and that. It was a lot better today, and I know they'll be the ones that actually fix that system. So much appreciated. I was going to just echo support for, I had reviewed the previous plans that you had placed into the tab from the last 2-year one. My view of this is we have a new framework for anything that was an uncompleted goal or implementation item that fits within these new frameworks. So for example, we have debt pay down early. We had a couple that talked about long-term obligations and debt options. I similarly trust CEO and Roger. What I would like to see is fit the old ones as you can under the new framework here, but only if they are compliant with the new goals that we are setting. If it is something that is not related to any of these very clearly, we discard it. It's no longer a priority, which is nice. And then the last bit, and I think this is the big thing of how well will this work for us? It's been a challenge over the years because, as you mentioned, we are 5 individuals with 5 different districts. Emergencies come up, different ideas get discovered. Crises, the youth center was a perfect example. I'm now going to have conversations with Liz, with James Elementary, with the tribe, figure out something like that. And how do we fit something like that into a planning process that only happens every 2 years? We did at the beginning of last year eliminate one of the processes that kind of governed how to bring stuff to the board. I've always been a firm believer we should be able to bring items to the board because we are county elected members. We are co-equals on here. With that said, I think it would be great to have a good policy that says, how do we have the right to put something on the agenda, but we self-limit the scope of that, so we're not bringing up very complicated items that don't have enough info yet. Also making sure that our committees are only working on things that directly tie to this. If we set a priorities list and then the committees develop things that are outside that and say, well, the committee is requesting that Blossom go work on this new road thing, and it's not clearly under here, that puts us in a weird spot where, like, well, a county board entity is telling you to do it, and yet it's not really on the priorities. So I recommend we would make sure that our committee work 100% has to be to the achievement of one of these things and not to anything else unless the board hears it and then sends it to that committee. And the last bit is, and I don't have an answer to it, surprisingly, but figuring out when we do have these things that come up, because we don't want to miss an opportunity, we don't want to ignore a crisis. Before there was this thing of, well, if we're going to bring something up, it takes time, we need to remove something off of here. That always seemed a little bit clunky because some of this one's huge, this one might just be watching out for a while. But I do think we need to have some level of, we can't add more to this pot unless we are doing it in the context of other things we're adding and this list. So I don't know what that looks like, but we have to figure out some way to do that. So that's all. I appreciate the facilitation. I think it was a very light touch. I think that's appreciated and allowed us to kind of conversate, and the collaboration that I saw today too. And Steve, thank you. I think you did a good job and helped make sure everybody was heard on it too. So play ball.
All right.
I don't watch sports. I tried.
All right. Hold on. Hey, you were late. You get to wait. Just kidding. So I will say, to your point about what we have here, I like the boat analogy. It's a canoe, right? The more things we put on it, right, we're going to have to take something off because if we don't, we'll capsize. And I think that's something that we specifically have to be very aware of to make sure that we are not being part of the problem. I've said that from day one, that we should not be part of the problem for the staff. The staff should know exactly what their marching orders are. Responsibility starts and ends with us. I agree wholeheartedly with what you said. If you wish to bring back, I know that when we first got on the board, there was a policy about putting things on the agenda. They required 2. If you wish to bring that back to the board, I know we altered that to 1. If you wish to bring that back, then we can do that. I have no problem with that. I do appreciate Ms. Hopkins and her facilitation. Like I said, I've known Karen a long time. I'm pretty sure I'll pay for this over and over and over again. So I appreciate.
I didn't make you cry.
Not yet. The day's still young, though. So we'll, keep taking what you're saying. I do like the benchmarks that we set. I think that's important. And a lot of those are going to fall in line with budgets too, right? So as we're discussing certain things, we'll have the budgetary, the budget cycle. So I think we'll be good there. I really think we've got some really good. I do appreciate the staff. I appreciate the sheriff's position on making sure that we have a little clarity on that. I think it helped out a great deal, at least for me. So, and all of the staff that I like to tease from time to time who come up, no walking song or what have you. I know it's hot. I appreciate everything you guys do. To every staff member that's listening, to every employee, we can't be successful without you. So I appreciate it. And Mike?
Well, of course, that shirt's going to make me cry, but that's okay. No, I think everything got said. Big thanks out to the facility staff for attempting to keep it cool in here. I know it's a challenge with everything going on. Roger, our facilitator, thank you. Our staff and the public, thank you guys for sticking it out. We're down to 3, it looks like, maybe 4, one more in the lobby, so a few more yesterday, but that's part of the process, and we do enjoy you guys being here. Anyways, I'm glad we got this done and get on with regular business.
All right.
Okay. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to work with you all in this meeting. I enjoyed really every minute of it except for the 1,000,000-degree heat. And I also just wanted to say that I thought you guys were really actually quite well behaved. And in my experience, I didn't see bickering. And I actually think it was very good interaction. And that's why I did keep a little bit of a light touch so that you could have those conversations that you might not have been able to have anywhere else. So good job. Congratulations. Thank you.
You just didn't see the kicking under the table.
That's all to the better.
All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and conclude our meeting. It is now 2:45. I will end with Go Tennessee. And that's that. Have a great day, everyone.